That's the secret advanced level.
Okay. So, I was as I was going through Tash's cauldron of everything and sort of giggling at the limits section of it because I mean, yes, of course, limits are like what people are comfortable with is important, but it's discussing it like the people reading this are have until this point been utterly confused with what human decency and social communication is all
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
Holy shit, you mean there's some things that people are uncomfortable with? What? Um, it did make me think about something though, and it's actually a question I will pose to you. Um, it's less to do with limits and more to do with something we've been doing thus far in the campaign, but I will leave it up to you. Do you wish to still have the one being treated as ability checks and saves as a failure? Or at the very least, in ability checks. Saves, I'm sort of, other than
Is,
death saves, where they obviously have an effect.
is that how we've been doing it?
Yeah, we have, and I've been using fumbles a lot whenever you got a one.
Mm-hmm.
Sinned.
AKA SATA.
No, you're thinking of sinned.
Oh, yes. Sin, that's
Oh
right.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Okay,
that.
that's good. Just wanted to make sure everyone was good with that. So, are you streaming it, Josiah?
I'm not streaming, but I am recording.
Excellent. And that means that all this is going to be on the YouTube video because you don't do any editing?
Please edit the sarcastic political bullshit that I was speaking earlier out of this video.
Yeah, I'll start the video when I upload it at a point after all the jive in the beginning.
Okay. Oh, thank
But
God.
it's
Okay.
edited to include our references to the stuff that you edited out, because I always love it when people do that shit.
Wait, I don't understand what?
So take out the nonsense that we were talking about before, but start your video before the point where we're referring to that nonsense. So they get the reference, but not the nonsense.
Oh right, that's good stuff. No, I'll do a little intro when you're ready to like officially begin or whatever.
Okay. Now, granted, this should have been done beforehand, but just in case, does anyone need to refamiliarize themselves with their characters?
I mean, I tried to look it over a little bit, but a lot of fisses. I don't know. I'll have to refamiliarize with myself as we go.
Well, I know Sinclair has that making shit up ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does.
That's the other
That's the
problem.
important one.
My temporary hit point stack.
I double check skywriting, and once I can actually, get 10 minutes to cast it, we'll win the game, so that's fine. We're good.
Okay, but what was that about temporary hit points?
My temporary hit point stack.
Is
This
that
is a question I asked like
is that
6 weeks in a row.
is that like a mystic thing?
No, they don't actually stack. It's callback. Like 3 or 4 weeks in a row, I asked you if they did. Josiah made fun of me.
Oh, holy shit! I didn't remember that. That's weird for me not to remember something like that.
That does sound familiar.
Okay. Well, I guess in that case we can get started. So, uh, Josiah, if you want to get things started, I'll get the music going.
Alright, sounds good. This is Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons. We have the Shattered Crown campaign with DM Scito, and with me are Nox and Tim. We're ready to play some D&D.
All right. Wow, it's been a really short amount of time, especially for you YouTube viewers, those legions of you who I know exist.
So
Yep.
many.
Yeah, keep those banners for the Desert Rat flag coming in because we've been loving them. We've been getting amazing, just amazing art from you guys. It's just totally over the top.
Yeah, it's quite a
Seriously.
community. What I like about them is they're such a tight-knit community that they all get together, gathered around one PC to watch together so that they don't, jack up the actual viewer number on the video. But it's actually like hundreds of people watching. They're like watching it at sports bars and shit.
Exactly.
Exactly. I will say right now, if we actually get fan art for this campaign, I would be so happy because I love fan art. Well, sometimes, not when it gets into the creepy stuff.
Yeah, it's
And it
dangerous
sometimes gets
looking into any
creepy
kind of
stuff.
fan art. It goes from wholesome to oh my god really quickly.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so this is, yes, the Shadow Crown campaign. This is the third episode of the main campaign. That's right. We got to episode 3, session 32 of this campaign. So as I was telling these guys, I have been training myself in the art of DMing, and one thing which I have learned is, well, this was sort of something I picked up already, but is to award people for making notes and whatnot, but also it's a good idea just to make sure that people drill the idea through, that, it's a good idea to keep notes. I'm going to roll a D3 right now, and whoever it rolls on gets to tell me what happened in the last session. This will be a thing going
This is gonna go
forward.
badly.
Let's see who it is. I'm very interested to hear what they have to say.
Because I was gonna ask you to tell us.
So that is Nox. Nox is the one that has landed on.
Okay, let's see. The last episode on the Shattered Crown, we infiltrated a scandalous brothel that was enslaving people, people of the city, putting the needle in their eye, and in a sense, basically lobotomizing them. So we infiltrated that, and through some amazing water magics and some lock picking, certain doors were locked so that the upstairs wasn't able to kind of get in, and we were able to deal with the combat of the butcher and the other, probably about 6 combatants. There was definitely minor illusion shenanigans. There was some catapulting. There was scorching rays, burning walls. A whole bunch of shenanigans went on, but ultimately we were victorious.
There was actually about 8 elven gang members down there, and their leader.
True. I was thinking 6 plus the leader, but yes.
But that was actually pretty good. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a brothel. I guess you could say.
I think there was that stage upstairs where they could like buy slaves.
Yes, there was.
I think that was the prior episode, and
there was
someone propositioned us, and we went into a room and were interrogating the worker.
Yeah. And also, you met the. Don't forget, you helped out those people by getting them out. Jomo, of course, with utter concern for everyone in the building, set fire to it as soon as he could.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Good move.
And so basically, you then also gave pretty much all your ceramic pieces to to the people who were getting out. There was some people there who offered to get them out of the city. The people who they were mostly refugees.
I had been meditating on that, trying to remember, what was happening last episode. So, yeah. 2 was probably the best.
And I managed to, like a genius, quit out of the tab because I'm a special boy. I am a very
I was
special.
wondering what happened there.
It happens.
So now I know that I think it was Control S, closes a window. I didn't know that.
I don't think I've ever hit Control S.
Yeah, it closed my tab, or maybe it was something. It was one of the WASD keys, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, now Nox, granted, it wasn't. That was pretty good. So give yourself a point of inspiration.
Thank you. Considering it's been several months and I didn't relook at the old VOD, I think that was pretty good.
It was, and so you've just got yourself a free point, and I believe that brings you to 3 points of inspiration.
Yes, I believe so.
In case you need any reminders, Nox, aka Corwin, is sitting at the top of the pile with 3 points of inspiration. Next is Tim, aka Sinclair, with 1, and there's Jomo with 0 points of inspiration. He could have got some. For example, I'm so desperate at this point for him to just write out his damn character backstory. I will give you inspiration if you do that. Please, for the love of God, it's really important.
How much? Because I can hold out for a good bid.
We'll talk about it.
It's not the time to use a negotiating tactic.
It can be like a bounty that just keeps going up.
Yeah, it won't keep going up. Instead, bad things will start happening to your character. Because I also learned something from my DM training. Properly outfitted and with inspiration, parties can do some pretty ludicrous shit that they otherwise wouldn't be able to achieve. Like fight a demon lord when they're level 10.
I thought for Demon Lords, all you do is skyride at them and just show them that angels are coming, and then they run away.
And in fairness, the group I was watching, that was kind of what sort of happened. There was no skywriting, of course, but there was an angel that came in and saved them. So, you know. Anyway, so let's get started in our traditional way whenever we begin our episode by hearing a little vignette and see if you can figure out who this might be about. It shines, bone white, glittering and radiant, as it passes through the air, arcing like the sun traveling the sky. And then, just as suddenly, it's gone, snatched up tight in an ale-spattered fist. With a flourish, the object appears again on your other arm, the stern countenance of a bearded figure staring back. 15, you murmur, with a bemused expression on your face, shaking your head and taking another swig of the bitter ale. You tilt your head back and close your eyes, letting the din of tavern chatter and the practiced strumming of the guqin wash over you. As your mind begins to drift on the waves of the intermingling discourse and music, you feel a tug at your sleeve. As your eyes open slowly to the image of a cracked adobe roof, veiled thinly by cinderweed smoke, you feel another tug. Even as your head refuses to move, your eyes slowly trace a path downward towards your arm, resting on the table. From the dim light of the table's candle, your peripheral vision resolves a small, twitching entity, bright eyes glimmering in the flickering light. Letting out a sigh, you lurch forward in your chair and give a silent stare to your diminutive companion. Looking around, you survey the nearby tables for spoils, soon settling on a plate of crumbling bread left beside a snoring dwarf. Eyes darting about the room for potential witnesses, you lean to the side in your chair slowly and then, in a lightning quick motion, snatch a chunk of bread and bring it close to your chest. Squinting your eyes, you suspiciously eye those around you before slowly sliding the shred of bread to your companion without looking at them, who immediately begins devouring it with an appreciative squeak. Imbibing another mouthful of ale, your eyes once again fall upon the coin with its disapproving face, so much like a disapproving father. Well, not in as much your father, so much as what you imagine most fathers are like, and snatch it back up. With a slight ring as thumbnail meets enamel, the coin once again begins to descend. Yet even before it's reached its zenith, already your hands have begun their work. As the coin spins gracefully, your eyes sharpen in the slightest way, your breath becoming imperceptibly more regular, as you begin to tug ever so gently at the streams of essence that flow all around you. Like a gardener, you sift over the waves of energy and gingerly pluck the loose strands, just as she taught you. You then weave this magic as a web, catching the coin at the apex of its journey and ensnaring it until its spin becomes measured not by its will, but your own. As the glittering white disc begins its controlled tumble down, your hand snatches it from the air and slaps it on your arm. You then slowly remove your hand from your arm to reveal the face of the dictator. Once more, all the while the essence of the world around you flows, unchanged as an oasis from which one has drawn a handful of water. 16. And that was the opening piece. I wonder if you could figure out who that one was about.
I think I have an idea.
Yeah. And no, it's not a button. It's not a goddamn button which I would one day destroy. So I wonder what that could have to do with this session. Who knows? I mean, it's not like these vignettes have had anything to do with what's happening in the greater story or otherwise. Although I will note that this one seems to be much more lighthearted than the last two. The first of which was extraordinarily long, and I'm not going to repeat, but was all fire and brimstone and sadness. And the second one, which was also sadness and things, and dealing with perhaps another one of our characters. It was Sinclair. Anyways, so this is where it begins us. But before we start, let me first set the mood. It's been about 2 days since your previous adventure at the Bottle of Posy. Since that time, you have done several things which you answered me in it. We have an email chain system which basically allows the players to do things, set up things otherwise we wouldn't waste time on in the campaign. So what has happened is as follows. Sinclair has been training athletics, and you're now 265 hours to proficiency. Sinclair also spent his time trying to get more information on the Iron Rats, one of the major gangs that operate in Tyr, and one they had a run-in with during the last adventure. He has primarily learned that the Iron Rats stick mainly to the richer districts. And also for his trouble, working with or trying to find out about a group of pickpockets, you've lost 15 enamel pieces, Sinclair, to a cut purse.
Ready?
I will also note that most of these things come from random rolls on charts I have to make based on what you say. So it's not me taking the money away. It was a 2, I think. I think I was a 2 on the chart. I think I still have the chart somewhere. Anyways. You've also been helping Nazre. As you might recall, Nazre is sort of a leader amongst the refugees of Tyr, and Tyr experiencing a massive refugee crisis at this point due to the chaos from Calic's death, even though it's now been more than a year since that occurred. Well, actually, has it been more than a year or around a year? It doesn't really matter. I'll check that later. But you've been helping him distribute food and other supplies to the refugees. You also helped resolve a fight between refugees who were each claiming the other group stole their food, earning you a great deal of gratitude and respect from Nazre and his cohort. in terms of your lifestyle expenses, you picked a... What lifestyle did you pick again? I think it was the comfortable lifestyle. Let me just double check that. Yes, I had a minor stroke as I was reading that, so I apologize. Yeah, comfortable. And so that has cost you 2 enamel pieces for the days that have passed. Josiah didn't actually respond to the email that I sent out at the time. So I basically chose what I thought would be most aligned with this character, and taking the least number of assumptions. So Jomo has been primarily meditating on the flame, as well as learning to read with Searshoe. He now only has 85 hours left until he's literate. Also,
Wow.
Jomo has spent 2 enamel pieces on lifestyle expenses.
Okay.
Corwin has gone ahead and taken advantage of the sales that occur during the festival. This being now being the last day of the festival. God damn it! I'm going to keep slurring words. Of the Soaring Sun, and he has purchased the following books. One of them is a skill book, The Holy Elements, which deals with religion. And remember, those books can also be used as references, so they might be able to help you out on checks and the like. As well as the 2 lore books, Kaldney, The Vanished City, and The Black Waters of Yarramook, for a total of 100 enamel pieces. He also, as a note, shared these with Searshoe. Corwin also has done some gambling, and thanks to random number table, he won the most he could. 25 enamel pieces.
Yay.
Though you spent 3 enamel pieces on drinks.
That works.
You also tried to work with House Revere, but their offices were full and they have no room for additional employees. You have heard a rumor that your uncle Gerard may have traveled to Uruk as part of a trading expedition, though another person put someone matching his description as being a trade attaché to a diplomatic mission to Ram. You also spent 2 enamel pieces on lifestyle expenses. So before I continue, I will go to get those lore books for you.
Yay, books.
I know, more reading. Yay! Let's start with Kaldney, the Vanished City. This tome details the city of Kaldney and its mysterious fall, offering a great deal of speculation on the latter. About 350 years ago, Kaldney stood as one of the most prosperous of all the city-states, famed for its vast holdings of wealth. As largest here, it stood in the southernmost parts of the tablelands, beyond the Giant's Ribs Mountains, and strategically positioned between the trade and gold roads. With such advantageous positioning, the city-state was able to focus upon growing its wealth, rather than be concerned with the predations of other city-states. Kaldney's ruler was the sorcerer king Khalid Ma, who preside over his gleaming city from a massive palace surrounded by the opulent mansions of the city-state's nobles and high templars. Even the dead of Kaldney were surrounded by wealth, interred in a great necropolis a mile southeast of the city-state, with a massive pyramid forming its core. The pyramid being a tomb for Khalid Ma himself, the construction of which had been ordered decades before and continuing until the city-state's fall. Immediately prior to its destruction, the city-state was awash in celebration for the Sorcerer King's betrothal to his queen, Thanok Ann. Indeed, what records discovered in the city-state indicate the disaster took place on the eve of Khalid Ma's marriage to Thanok Ann. After that, the next mention of the city-state is not until 3 days later, when a caravan pulled into Calais, only to discover the city-state utterly and mysteriously deserted. Indeed, for unlike other city-states which met more violent ends, the only sign of any disaster was an enormous crack which had split open Khalid's pyramid tomb. Further compounding the mystery of what occurred is the same thing which prevented the city-state from simply being reoccupied: a mysterious gray fog which spreads through the streets each night, with those who becoming engulfed in it being found dead thereafter, or simply disappearing without trace. Where reports suggest that the fog does not penetrate enclosures, such that numerous tribes and bands have inhabited the crumbling ruins from time to time, the effect has been enough to ensure none settle the land. Of course, this has done little to stop those only interested in shorter stays in the city-state, such as looters, so the city-state has been thoroughly stripped of its wealth, aside perhaps from some oft-rumored hordes said to be fettered about the ruins. So what happened to this once great city-state to cause it to fall so suddenly and with so little apparent destruction? One set of rumors hold that it was the work of Khalid himself, engaging in some terrible rite of defilement. Another claims that it was the work of another sorcerer king, unleashing some yet unknown spell of awful power. And finally, some claim that Thanokan slew Khalid in a bid to somehow steal his great powers, only to be overwhelmed by what she unleashed. Indeed, what other than a sorcerer king could cause such a disaster to occur? And the next one is the Black Waters of Yarmouk.
That doesn't sound like a very good trip advisor review.
Yeah, I know. I had to stop myself from saying Kalima Shock 3-Day.
Nice.
Anyways, you were saying, Josiah?
I was just saying this doesn't sound like a good TripAdvisor review. This doesn't seem like a good place for tourism.
I'm not laying in plans.
I don't know if you go. I mean, if you go there during the day, it seems all right, other than possible bands of murderous cutthroats that inhabit the ruins. And at night, you don't have to worry about there being dangerous people wandering the streets, just the fog that may or may not kill you or take you to somewhere else.
This is totally, I haven't read it in so long, but the Wheel of Time series, this city exists in that world, basically.
Shadar Logoth.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Right,
it reminded me. Yeah, it reminded me of that too.
Right, and now the Black Waters of Yarmouk. This tome details the ruin of the city of Yarmouk, drawing on both the tales of the Yaramite descendants and official Urukite records. The Road of Kings has long claimed its name due to the three city-states which exist along it: Uruk, Ram, and Draj. But more than 1,000 years ago, there was a fourth city-state which sat along the road known as Yarmouk. Famed for its pure, bountiful water, Yarmouk was ruled over by the sorcerer queen Sielba, sometimes claimed to be the most beautiful among her peers, the latter supposedly having been a source of irritation to Ram's sorcerer queen, though this did not prevent the city-states from allying themselves occasionally over the centuries. Under Sielba's rule, Yarmouk was a prosperous and strong city-state, one that Sielba was intent to ensure would grow ever more powerful. It would be this ambition, however, which would see the city-state of Yarmouk brought to ruin. As the records tell us, Sielba's ambitions led her to covet the Smoking Crown and its vast deposits of obsidian, something which Yarmouk was poor in. However, when the Urukites discovered the Yaramites attempting to set up new quarries, Hamanu demanded that the miners be rounded up and executed, their heads sent to Sielba as a warning. Sielba, however, was incensed by this message and ordered an army of slaves to assault the mines and take them by force. Unfortunately, such a response had been foreseen by the ever-vigilant Hamanu, who had dispatched a detachment of his imperial guard to watch the mines. When the ill-trained slaves came into conflict with Hamanu's imperial guard, the result was a massacre of Sielba's forces. But this was far from the totality of Hamanu's retribution for ignoring his warning. Gathering a small army, Hamanu led these forces down the Road of Kings, purposely moving at a slow pace as a sign of the disdain for which he held his opponent. When his forces arrived a month later, however, it was the sight of a city heavily fortified and guarded by thousands of soldiers. When Humana saw this, he immediately ordered his forces to surround the city but not to attack. While some initially believed the intention was to starve the city, the true intentions of Humanu were far more calamitous. Climbing to the top of the nearby mountain, Humanu began to cast an incantation so powerful that it drew the light from all the plants and animals for miles around. When completed, the spell unleashed a torrent of fiery destruction, the likes of which have not been seen since. The blasts of flame shattered the walls and buildings of Yarmouk, slaying not only the Yaramites, but much of Humanu's own army too. By the time the incantation had exhausted itself, Yarmouk was no more. The devastation was not limited to the city either, as Humanu's spell had rendered all the plant life in the region utterly razed, the ground sapped of life, and the water, once pure and clean, black and poisonous. The fury of Humanu was such that never again would the region be able to support habitation. Indeed, whatever Yarmouk had been before, it had become and remains a grim reminder of the terrible power of the Sorcerer Kings. Today, few dare to enter these despoiled lands, now often simply called the Black Waters region, though the promise of some riches that escape the destruction and subsequent looting by Uruk's forces tempts some to try. Indeed, it is said that Sielba's personal hoard was never found by the scavenging soldiers. Those who returned from this perilous undertaking describe Yarmouk as consisting of little more than bandits, the undead, and crumbling ruins. One piece of advice all give, however, is thus: if you value your life, don't drink of the black waters of Yarmouk.
I've lived in worse places.
You'll probably never go to these places, that probably just put out more background lore.
Nice.
Did the music stop, or is it still playing for everyone?
It hasn't been playing for me for a long time.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it did stop.
Weird.
Now I hear it.
Okay. Yep, I just restarted. Oh, that's weird. Gee, hope that doesn't become an issue. So yeah, that's a tale of two more cities that used to live in this region. There are more ruined cities, but those are two major ones. So those books now belong to you, Corwin. You can add them to your inventory along with the the 4 elements.
Okay.
And let me see here. That, I believe, covers everything. So we can now actually, about half an hour or so into the session, we can actually start talking about what you are doing right now. So, during the past couple of days, although this hadn't been the biggest thing before it because you had been primarily out of the city or undercover, you've been enjoying some minor fame from your victory in the arena. Though this fame is still small relative to the higher ranked victories in the arena that occurred in the following days. Currently, you find yourself in a small outdoor cafe, the sort that sets up during these festivals and basically operates by setting up a series of banners and tarps and small tables and food and drink. Nothing particularly extravagant. So, you are currently at such table, enjoying some drinks, I'll let you decide what those are and just say they're already paid for. It's up to you now. What's happening here?
I'm just drinking water.
What time of the day is it?
It is actually pretty damn early. It's about 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:07 to be precise.
Okay. And can you throw a map of the city up? Show us where it is.
Right. 1 second. You guys are about there.
And was this a stall, or what exactly was this?
This is basically just a temporary sort of outdoor cafe that's been set up. Just providing simple food and drink to people during the festival. This being the last day of it.
Yeah, I would say having some water, whatever possible, like common delicacy food, whatever is being served by it.
Okay. I'll say that. I mean, they don't really serve delicacy food at this place.
I mean, like whatever, something that equates to, chicken wings or something, but like Erdlu wings or whatever.
Sure. You're basically having, even though Erdlu don't have wings, you're having Erdlu thigh. How about that?
Erdlu thigh, okay.
So what are you doing, Sinclair?
I don't know. I guess I would probably be just drinking water, watching the hustle and bustle of everything going on around, and trying to get into the festival mood.
Exciting. This is some exciting stuff. What are you doing, guys? We're drinking water.
Nice. Well, it is a desert, so can't blame us.
Athos has coffee.
I'm actually not. I've actually been thinking about whether or not Athos has coffee. It definitely has tea, but I don't know if it has coffee. I'm going to double check sources just to see if there's not actually an answer, because I actually just recently going through some 5e things, I found one of the very few mentions to Athos, and it actually helped clear up something for me.
Well, we know it has 32 ounces of nacrite.
In like the 18 months since we last met, you're telling me that Wizards of the Coast has not yet gotten its act together and released Dark Sun supplementals for 5e?
No, instead it released a bunch of stuff like Tasha's Cauldron and everything, some modules, and also a new setting, Ravenica, because, why, instead of dealing with the old beloved settings that you got, why not create new ones? In fact, why not create new ones that are based on your wildly popular Magic the Gathering, because that way you can super cash in.
Yeah, and I feel like it also kind of caters to the new Artificer classes.
Yeah.
I go investigate why my map is pinging.
That would probably be because of certain Fire Cleric.
Oh, you guys can see that?
Just a little.
Oh, cool. Tim, why have you taken a large plastic bottle, cut the ends off of it, filled it with toilet paper, put it up to your microphone, and you're talking into it?
Boredom. This quarantine has not gone well.
Okay.
Valid answer. Plus, you gotta make use of all that quarantine toilet paper.
Yeah, I figured that because this is an analog mic plugging directly into the computer, and I didn't know what that situation was going to be like, because I have gotten a new computer since the last time we played. So
Oh, nice.
I'll get a mic for the next session.
I'm just using a headset, so I can't. I mean, it's not like I'm using a high grade mic or anything.
Yeah, but I seem to always have this problem, and I don't know. I'm gonna try and throw a little money against it.
If only there was someone here who could just reinstall their Discord and solve all this.
Fuck off. Anyways, so you're enjoying your water. Again, really pushing the exciting edge here, guys.
I am scanning the crowd with a fervor, looking for that Ludo Luco guy, so that the moment he appears, I can start running the fuck away from him.
Okay, it's Luco. Okay?
Readying an action to cast Scorching Ray as soon as I see Ludo Luco.
No, we're not. It's not going to be another chicken situation. You're not changing the damn name of the person. Luco.
Luco. Is that what you said?
Ludo Lilu. Got it.
Motherfuckers. Okay. Whatever. You do not see him about thus far, but everyone make a perception check. Okay. So Corwin and Jomo, in particular Jomo, one thing that you think you noticed out of the corner of your eye is you believe that you see a person who you used to associate with Jomo. Specifically, you think you see a member of the Silt Striders. And even more specifically, a member of the Fire Sword clan of the Silt Striders, who was an associate of Nuko, the individual who gave you that nice poison that left you dead, or sort of dead. But it got you a buddy.
What does this person seem to be doing?
Well, that's the interesting thing. One second. Yeah. He seems to be speaking in, at least you assume it's hushed tones, given the way that he's sort of looking around and commiserating with this other fellow, who you also recognize as Thara, one of the two individuals who met you by the Elven Bridge in order to buy the journal of Zadi Ni, but who ultimately you chose against selling it to, and instead sold to Wakir. Although I actually believe you just gave it to Wakir, who was instead an agent of House Wavir. And Thara, from what you mentioned, from what you know of him, is a member of the Freed, which is a significant faction in the city made up primarily of freed slaves, though it's somewhat fractious in terms of its current motivations, with several groups each claiming leadership.
I'm gonna pull my hood up and try to kind of conceal my features.
Okay. They don't appear to notice you, and in fact, soon thereafter, this individual and Thara seem to go down a nearby alleyway and disappear.
Is that an alleyway we know?
It's relatively close. It's sort of...
It's not like on the way to Tarnished Cups / Vens / that type of thing, or the other stalls that we know of in the area.
No, it's more behind the area behind Burke's Leather and Hides. That sort of, you see that area with all the tents in that sort of U-shaped region?
Okay.
They're sort of heading back there.
So I say to the others, Jomo saw someone he knows. I gotta go check this out. I'm just gonna go try to sneak over there, and see if I can see where they're going, but trying to be stealthy.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check. Not bad. Okay, so you're moving through the crowd pretty silently, and you move into this alleyway, which turns at one point, and you sort of peek around the side, and you see the two of them meeting up with more members who you assume are members of the Freed. Notably, you are now recognizing another face amongst them, who you believe was at one of the rallies you saw shortly before the incident at the Ball of Posey. This would have been one of the individuals who was attending Shivrin's rally. Shivrin being an elf who some claim has ties to the Toothcutters, and he being somewhat more anti-refugee. So, what do you do? They are currently
either of you guys following me, or did you stay behind?
Yeah, I'm going to follow him to the mouth of the alley at least. I'm not going to be stealthy, so I'll hang back while he sneaks up.
Okay.
Yeah, Corbin will also follow discreetly.
Okay, so you want to be stealthy?
Yeah, at least to the point where it's like, okay, when I start seeing people, that kind of stuff, I'd kind of like hang back in a sense. If I saw there was activity, like I'm assuming that there's not much activity through this like initial alleyway kind of thing. If we get to that particular alley, I would, if I had a moment, I'd bring Fenris out and potentially send him along if I saw something interesting and kind of listen through him.
Okay. Also, thank you, Josiah, for those puns. And also the prescriptive pun for Nox.
Yay.
So, all right, make a stealth check. Okay. The good news is that you didn't have to be as stealthy, although you still would have been fine either way. Though this alley does actually have a surprising number of people in it. The area is just absolutely crowded with people in just sort of clogging every little place. And are you following Jomo all the way up to the turn in the alley that goes into this area where they are, or are you just like Tim going to the mouth of the alley?
Kind of like around the mouth, and I kind of lean over there, and I'd probably kind of slip Fenris over to Jomo so he could ride on him a bit, and like listen with myself. But if there was more in the distance, Fenris would kind of hop off and be able to listen a bit further and kind of use those senses to spy a little bit if need be.
Okay. Jomo, you have Fenris with you. Do you wish to try and use Fenris to get a closer view of this situation?
Well, I figure Fenris can do whatever he wants. I mean, it's not like I can see through Fenris's eyes or something, so...
No, but he will. As soon as if you decide to send him out there, he will, if he thinks it's important, immediately contact Corwin telepathically, and then allow Corwin to, if he so chooses, see through his eyes and senses.
Yeah, I'll try to send him out there.
Okay. So, Fenris basically begins trying to creep up, and now I'm gonna need something from you, Nox. Do you have the rat stats on you, or do I need to pull those up?
I don't have rat stats.
Okay, I will pull those up. Yep, rat stat.
Good thing we're not... This familiar doesn't exist in 2nd edition D&D.
God, no,
Because then we'd have
so many bad-
Ratatouille.
I mean,
Nice.
oh god, I thought you were gonna actually talk about how like if your familiar died in 2nd edition, you lost permanent HP.
Oh, that was crazy back then, yeah. Had to take care of your familiar.
Okay. You sure as hell did. But don't worry, Fenris, he's packing a hefty 1 hit point and a 10 armor class, so he's gonna be fine.
Nice.
And he does not have any. And I would have thought he'd have something for stealth, but no, he has absolutely no stealth on him. So
Really?
Literally unplayable.
all right, so let's first off see how stealthy Fenris is. Pretty stealthy. Okay, Fenris is able to make his way close to the group without them really noticing. And he sort of secretes himself behind a small divot in the ground, such that he's able to hear their conversation. Now he contacts you, Corwin, and basically he's inquiring with emotion and sense and instinct, since he can't really talk, if you would like to see through his eyes.
Yeah, Corin will do that.
Right, using magic and plain view of people. This is where it gets good, people.
Is
No,
just using the link actually like an act of magic itself?
it is, but it's such a minor act of magic. It doesn't like it. No one would notice any sort of changes in the. Would notice
Yeah.
any sort of change or anything, so you don't have to really worry. The only thing that people might get freaked out by is you suddenly just getting the Bran stare from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I mean, I figured like since he's at the mouth, Corbin will kind of lean up against like the archway or the kind of duck in a little bit and just sort of like be leaning there, like, okay, yeah, I had a hangover last night, and I'm just, oh, this wall feels nice and cool against my head. I'm just going to kind of rest here for a moment.
Okay, I had to quickly just grab a drink. I will be right back, and I will tell you what you hear.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's similar, Tim, except in Canadian ice time, they just have one massive chunk of ice, whereas in American ice time, it's separated into like little cubes or something.
Socialized ice.
It's like glacier time.
Yeah, glacier time. I got a little something weird going on in my throat. I hope I'm not getting sick.
That would be bad.
What was in the screaming cellar?
The evil ghost of doom.
What did we do? Just see the ghost and run away?
We went down, the door kind of closed behind us, and we were all in there with it. The thing ended up making like this wail that like dropped, I think, you and I to nothing. And then Tim had to like psionically open the door, some such kind of thing.
Yeah, I approached that with the normal attitude of we're going to destroy whatever this thing is, and we did not.
I see.
My only note on the matter was the cellar kicked our ass before we retreated back up the stairs.
It was some kind of dwarven ghost.
Those are the worst kind.
All right, I'm back. So where were we? Oh right, okay. So Fenris is about to get stomped on. No, he's fine.
Nice.
Yeah, dwarven ghosts. Those dwarven ghosts.
Screaming cellar.
Yeah. Well, good thing that won't come up again. Anyways, so yeah, you hear these two talking. You hear first off the voice of the member of the Fire Sword clan speaking. So you can ensure that we can move more of our people into the city. To which Thalra replies, "Yes, it will not be a problem. We can begin moving them in small groups. But I am more concerned by the people by the number of people you want removed from the city. It doesn't have to be from the city proper, just say from around the caravan gate where the refugees have made their temporary quarters. That's more doable, but my people are not necessarily well liked out amongst the refugees. It could cause issues. Look, we can supply you with additional funds and weapons. All you have to do is, and they begin moving further away. Do you have Fenris follow them?
If it's within 100 feet, yes.
Okay. Actually, how far are you from them? Let me see.
How close was I able to get to them?
You were about 30 feet away from them, Jomo.
So I couldn't really hear him
Yeah,
at
you're
all.
there. Yeah, there was too much of a din. I mean, there's people talking all around you. They're still within the 100 meter range. Oh, right, 100 foot. Yeah, I set this up for feet. Just have to double check because, by just reflex, I put things in metric because, it makes sense to use that system, but I forgot that D&D used the good old Imperial system.
Nice.
Fucking having to make me learn to use gallons, and I mean, in fairness, when at least around here, when a person asks for a certain amount of milk, if you're looking for a jug of milk, you're probably asking for a gallon of milk or something like that. You're not saying, "Oh, I like 2 liters or so of milk."
True.
So we sort of use it here too. So yeah. Anyways, so they continue, they start moving away. So I'm gonna have to see something here. Let me see what their passive perceptions are. Okay, yeah. So both of them, would they? I don't think they'd really be caring so much about things like on rat size. So I think you don't have to worry about them. But there are other people you might have to worry about. So okay, Fenris is totally fine. He's able to follow them without any major issue. Um, so as he continues on, Thara then continues saying, I have to admit I am somewhat put at ill ease with this transaction. Shivrin has been a loyal supporter of the Freed in the past, but he I feel reaches too much. To this, the Fire Sword clan member simply chuckles and says, "Isn't that about the same thing you're trying to achieve? A new revolution in Tyr?" To this, Thara simply is silent for a moment before continuing. That is not altogether untrue. But I would feel more comfortable if I was speaking with the individual who's actually at the head of this particular operation we're running, this Nuko. To which the Fire Sword clan member simply laughs and shakes his head, saying, Nuko had to leave the city for a time. He had a run-in with one of our ex-members. Thara raises an eyebrow. Is this someone we should be concerned about? To which the Fire Sword clan member simply laughs again and says, no, it was internal business, and I can assure you he's not going to be a problem anymore. We dealt with him ourselves. Thara again sort of narrows his eyes. I hope you're sure about this. And this is about the point at which they reach the 100-foot mark from you. And now telepathic communication is at its... So unless you want to start following them, Corwin, you're not going to be able to listen in on them anymore.
Corvin will use Fenris to kind of take a quick glance over in Jomo's direction, see if they're kind of moving in a place like where he can trail them.
Yeah, so you break communication, so you're going to have to temporarily break your telepathic link with your familiar, and you're going to have to start trying to get closer. Do you order Fenris to follow them as best he can?
Yeah, he'll do that, and Corwin will kind of follow behind, and imagine he'll probably be catching up in Jomo's area at around this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow him too. Sneaky.
Okay. Then I'm going to need to make another roll here. And this one will be a secret roll.
Ooh, secret.
Okay. So, you guys are attempting to follow them. Can I get another stealth check from Corwin and you, Jomo? Damn, that's stealth.
Uh-oh.
That's good. So Corwin, you're able to follow behind pretty well. Sort of moving from crowd to crowd. It's you're sort of doing the whole thing like in Assassin's Creed, where you're moving between groups and just sort of fading into a group that's moving and moving to another group. Um, and you managed to get closer, but Jomo, you are not quite as stealthy. Now, you think that at this point they haven't noticed you, but you do think that you've sort of got yourself out in the open right now, so you have a decision you can make. You can either fall back into the crowd, which means basically sort of losing them, or you can try and continue following them.
Can I see where Corwin and Fenris are? Hello?
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm not just on. I forgot I'm on push to talk right now. So as I was saying, Corwin's not really like he's blended into the crowds really well. So he hasn't really left himself open. So you'd have to also make a perception check in addition to another stealth check. Though I would say that if you don't do well on your next stealth check, they will notice you.
I'm gonna go for it. Like, how far away am I? Can I cast guidance without it attracting any attention?
Well, let's take a look at guidance.
It's got verbal and somatic components, but I'm not sure how far away I am or if anybody's observing me or anything.
Well, if you cast it, yeah, with the verbal component, it's going to attract some attention. So yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna go for it.
All right. Okay, that's good enough for stealth. So Jomo, you quickly dash back into the crowd and are yes, exactly, Tim, and are able to continue following these individuals. So the problem for you, Corwin, is that they're not stopping. So you can't really listen in with Fenris. So your best bet would be to try and catch up to them and listen yourself. Do you want Fenris to hold up, or do you want him to keep following them?
Let's see. From what I kind of know of the city, do I kind of know where they're headed-ish?
Well, given that you're dealing with at least one elf, one second. That was Thora. Oh, Thora's a mule. So Thora is based on the fact they're both freed slaves, and one of them is at least one of them is an elf. Looking closer, I'd say you will be able to tell that there are at least a couple of other elves among their members. Chances are they are going to be heading into the Warrens. I mean, that is also where a lot of the Freed are, although they've also the Freed also have a great presence in the Brickyards.
Where are the
Oh,
Warrens? Oh, way over there.
Yeah. Or they could be headed to the Elven Market. I mean, again, it's
I was thinking maybe Elven Market.
yeah, that's where you ran into Nuko, so
Hmm.
that's potentially where it could be, but again, you're not entirely certain.
Okay. Is there possibly let's say, a quicker path up along the roofs, that kind of thing?
Uh, 1 second. Yeah, there's not really a path along. Sadly, you can't. Oh man, I wish that you could do some. I mean, for me, it's always going to be more Thief than Assassin's Creed when I think of running along the roofs. Even though Assassin's Creed sort of really popularized the whole parkour element in gaming, but when it came to running along the roofs, the freaking Mechanist, I forget what the name of the mission was called, but it was the Mechanist HQ mission in Thief 2. Oh my god, that was where you really saw roof mission, and it was glorious. Oh, Thief 2, you were so good.
I love me a good roof.
Yeah, but you don't think you can really run across the roofs. And therein lies the other issue. Although there are still crowds of people right along the ziggurat, not so many people. No, not a lot of people want to get close to it. There's guards posted outside the ziggurat, Um, so there's going to be stretches there where you have basically nothing to hide behind, and they're just going to be walking.
Does Corwin know of another path that kind of potentially lets him kind of outflank them, sort of thing, like to get to a further spot before what he thinks they would be able to get to?
Okay, well, as
If not, I'm thinking.
you're thinking,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
If not, I'm thinking maybe he would just kind of tail them a little further behind and more or less just, instead of trying to listen in on them, to keep eyes on them to see possibly where they're going.
Okay. So you rolled a 24 on stealth core, which is very good. You're sort of blending in with the cloud. With the cloud, god damn it, the crowd. And indeed, this is some of the better stealthing that you've ever. Yeah, blending with the skywriting. God damn it! I knew as soon as I knew as soon as I said fucking cloud, that was gonna come up somehow. It was gonna. God damn it. Okay. Anyways, so you think you're being pretty stealthy here, and that situation remains until someone just bumps right into you, just straight on. Sort of this guy in rags just bumps straight into you and sort of grapples you for a second, and it's loud enough to even cause the people who are you're tailing to look back, but they don't recognize you. I'll say that Thalra doesn't recognize you because you're far enough away from them, but it's enough that they look back and they just sort of ignore you as they sort of move on. So you've got this guy on you.
Okay. Corwin immediately kind of focuses on securing any wandering hands upon him off of him, to secure his valuables, so to speak.
Okay. All right. So I guess that would be a sleight of hands check. Yeah, sleight of hands.
Okay.
Damn, Corwin is rolling like a beast today.
Nice.
Oh man.
I'm waiting for it somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that you're not. It's even your secondary rolls are great. This is a situation where you're having to drop the. Again, one of the things I was watching was a group that was just chugging down inspiration because they were running on a donation system, and they were constantly dropping ones and whatnot, but not Corwin. Corwin doesn't have to worry about any of that. So yeah, you quickly secure yourself, but he's not really trying to. I mean, your initial thought is this dude is attempting to.
Pickpocket.
Yeah, but
Thinking back to when his purse was almost stolen back before.
Yeah, that's not what he's doesn't seem to be doing. Instead, he seems to be leaning on you, and he instead sort of gets up by your ear, and he says, "Sorry, God. Oh yeah, so." He says, "Wait here, my friend." And he's sort of holding on to you. You notice this man is unusually strong. Like, he's got a good grip on you. And, Jomo, Sinclair, what are you doing?
Well, I figured I was hanging about as far back from those two as they were from their target, just to trying to get a wider angle of the situation. So would I see this happen? What does it look like to me?
Okay, if you follow them to, I mean, if you've been keeping a back, I would say that you probably wouldn't have noticed that Corwin's been grabbed. Jomo, on the other hand, will have noticed. And he could alert you if he so chooses.
All right, I think I'm gonna stop following these guys and just try to meet back up with my friends.
Okay, well, Corwin's right now. You're sort of in the middle. On one side, you've got Sinclair, who's blissfully unaware that anything's happening, and Corwin is currently being held by a man in ragged clothes.
All right, well, I'll approach Corwin then and see what's going on.
Yeah, Corwin's going to
Are
stare
you going
at
to alert?
Well, I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
Can I see Sinclair?
Yeah, you can still see Sinclair.
I'll just try to kind of subtly wave him up to us and then go over by Corwin.
Okay, yeah, I'll run up and join him.
Okay. So this guy is just sort of holding you, and he's just remaining inside. He again, so you're sort of just looking at him, Corwin? Are you trying?
I'm just looking at him. When he said, "Wait here, my friend," I'm going to try and get a good look at him and see if he knows, if Corwin knows him from anywhere or recognizes him. Okay, what's going on, sort of thing. Before attempting to make a spectacle of, kind of force himself off of this. He's going to instead try to be like, okay, is this someone who I know and should heed, kind of thing?
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Wow. This is just, although you do have a beastly
True.
modifier for your investigation. Yeah, you don't recognize this person, but there's something about him. There was, when the way he sort of came out of nowhere was peculiar enough, because you were being quite observant during your stealthing. But the fact that he's got this firm grip and he's somehow able to just sort of, he's got this bearing that somehow strikes you as familiar. But you just can't quite place it. It's about this time that Corwin and Jomo come up. So, what do you two do?
Just trying to see what's going on.
Do you say anything?
Well, what do I? That's a lot of initiative.
Yeah, that is a shit ton of initiative. Wait, how do you have that initiative? What?
I've got the
Holy-
feat that gives you +5, and I have really high dex.
Mystic hacks.
Right. Yeah. Damn. And a natural 20. Well, sadly, it's not a fight unless you want to make it one. You could make this a fight very quickly if you want to.
No, I just. But if the guy looks like he's holding Corwin or like restraining him, then yeah, I'm gonna be like, unhand him.
Okay. So at this, the figure will sort of look up at you two and then look at Corwin. And then he'll sort of pat Corwin a bit and just then say, "You three. The desert rats, I presume?"
Yeah, that's right. The desert rats. That's we are.
What does this guy look
Good
like?
job. I want to just give points. But I first want to give points to Corwin here for a man coming up to them and asking who they are without knowing anything about this man and just being like, "Yep, that's us." Man I don't know anything about and just came out of nowhere and grabbed me.
Our reputation has clearly preceded us.
It's just a fan. Yeah, this is cool. He just wants an autograph or something.
You've come to buy a painting, I presume.
How to sell him on the merch?
Nice. I quickly set up a merch table.
The figure just sort of... Okay. The problem is that, during this festival and everything, during this Soaring Sun Con, you're going to have to give like 90% of your profits to the people who are operating this whole thing. So, it just doesn't really work well oftentimes.
What a scam.
I know, right? Anyways, once he's confirmed that you three are the desert rats, he then says this: "If you're interested in making a certain amount of money, what one might describe as a fortune, then you should head to the alley midway between Stone and Mortars and the Tack Brothers Bank, off the Stadium Way in the Artisans District. Say around 5 a.m. tomorrow. Also, don't tell anyone about this meeting." And he proceeds to move off. Now, are any of you going to do anything? Are you going to say anything like that? Try and stop him?
I just want to sort of check him out and see if I can recognize any distinctive aspects to his appearance or something that he's wearing or something that would be memorable.
Okay, so are you looking more for the sort of the nature of him, his sort of how he's acting, or in terms of are you trying to more his clothing and his appearance?
The latter.
Okay, then that'll be another investigation check. Yep. There we go. There's those rolls. Yeah, you're not really getting anything from this guy. He just seems like he looks like a dirty man in ragged clothes.
Okay.
Um, so Corwin, Sinclair, you two want to try anything?
I guess I maybe want to try and get a read on this guy, see if maybe do an insight check, see if he's inviting us to our own murders tomorrow morning, or if this is someone we could trust.
Okay. Sinclair, make an insight check. So you're not really getting a good read on this guy. He's his whole just the whole way he presented himself. I mean, the way he's going away now, he's sort of doing a half stumble, and he's sort of acting very much like a drunken wastrel out here. But the way he was talking before, you couldn't really get any sort of sense of what he was. Though Corwin, you on the other hand, you are getting certain flags again from this guy. So, do you want to do another investigation, or do you want to do an insight check? Or do you just want to let him? Or by this point, he's almost complete. He's disappeared into the crowd. So,
I'd say probably I'm thinking more insight than anything.
okay.
Nice.
Oh damn! I was about to tell you you had a plus. We're going to get a +4 in this. Corwin. Yeah. Oh damn. Corwin, you realize suddenly something about this man. The way that he was inviting you, and the way that he was, and the way he talks, you recognize that sort of behavior because they seem more like, although they were phrased as sort of advice, they sort of came off as commands. In fact, you have a brother who acts very much in the same way as that.
Interesting.
And you
Okay.
think that this man might be a Templar.
Wow. Okay. Did I sense any sort of, let's say, latent hostility or anything? Like, do I feel like this might be very well be a trap?
I would say no, this does not seem like a trap. But
Okay.
the thing is that, of course, if this is indeed a Templar, he could just be getting orders from someone and have no idea exactly what's going to happen.
Gotcha.
So, but you don't get the sense this guy was planning to lure you. He believed what his orders were, or whatever he'd been told, and yeah.
Okay, interesting. All right. Yeah, Corbin will kind of call after him and just say, well, thanks for the tip. Well, actually, if he's out of if he's out of close range, which I believe you said he was, then he wouldn't say anything and just kind of just sort of like mentally take that in and calculate and sort of watch as he goes.
Okay. Yeah, you sort of see him off in the distance, and then, just like in all the movies and whatnot, a person walks in front of you just for a second, and then he's gone. You know?
How cinematographical.
Searshu, at this point, manifests herself and sort of goes, well, That was interesting.
Yeah, I got no read on that guy at all.
He told us to go to a particular alley, stone and mortar, by 5 a.m. Said at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Said it would be quite lucrative.
Are you going to tell them that he was a Templar, or you suspect him to be one?
How many people are around?
Oh, you trust me. In this sort of group, you can just talk. You can talk amongst yourselves. I mean, the guys who were literally just plotting something were talking pretty damn openly.
Gotcha.
So,
all right, that makes sense. You know, I had the strangest suspicion. You know, I've had a little bit of dealings with him. You know, here and there. You know, got one in the family, so to speak. But really, he kind of struck me as a sort of a Templar. He's had that sort of odd bearing. You know, maybe he's going undercover or something.
Why would a Templar be meeting with us?
That's a very good question.
So Sirshu just again, she doesn't really have eyebrows. I mean, she's aside from a quasi-feminine form, she's basically just an amalgamation of energy. But if she could cock an eyebrow, that's what she would be doing about now. And she says, why don't we go back to the table, to that festival tent, and talk about this more? This has got me intrigued.
All right, we can do that. I think we lost those couple that we were following that said you know. Oh, yeah. Speaking of, that one apparently was plotting against you. Thinks that you're dead. At least that's kind of what I got impression of. The one that had that sort of deadly poison with the, you know, the that we had to go to that cleric with the chapel of not the chapel of lights, but the temple of lights.
Yes, he was part of the same tribe.
You were so close. It's the Hall of Light.
I knew it was like right there, and I'm like, Chapel of Lights. Just
No,
wanted
it's
to come
Chapel
out.
of Lights now. We even have a song for Chapel
He's
of
expanding.
Lights.
Well, it can be the Hall of Light song now.
That doesn't really work. Look, these songs are very carefully engineered. You can't just go fucking with them.
Nice.
Right, they're very carefully engineered such that you can literally forget that you had sung that song before, start singing it again, thinking you've just created another incompletely original verse until I reminded you.
Yeah, carefully engineered twice.
Anyways, so yeah, so I didn't really move your token. So yeah, you can quickly find your way back to your table. Thankfully, no one has taken your spot, though it does appear that someone has drank all your water.
That's fine. You know where we would really be able to have a private chat? In the ziggurat.
Nice.
Yeah, you could do that. You would probably be able to have a very private chat. And it would probably be completely clandestine in the sense that, basically no one who's gone in has come back out.
Exactly.
It's the perfect plan, really.
So I'm gonna ask if he heard anything, if Fenris heard anything, what they were talking about or whatever.
Yeah, well,
Right.
it sounds like they had some kind of a sort of conspiracy going that that they were trying to get, to oust some people from the city, and we can get rid of some refugees and bring in people from your clan. That what is it? A fire sword person kind of thing. Try to get some more of those people in, and kind of do a sort of a switcheroo in a sense that you make a bunch of people sort of go away by the refugee tents and swap them out with others of them, and sort of lead a revolution of tier in a sense.
I don't know why they would do that.
It was something that the freed leader there, he wanted to, he mentioned a name, Nuko. Wanted to kind of speak to him, but apparently he wasn't around in the city, kind of thing. That apparently, after having the run-in with you, had some sort of business elsewhere.
So Jomo was just targeted because they recognized him. It wasn't like they're not here for him. He just happened to be here when they were.
Well, I mean, I'm surmising that the first part with that terrible poison, that spirit cleave, that awful night. I imagine that was definitely intentional, but it seemed like from what they were saying that there was this ex-member that had been taken care of, that they wouldn't have an issue anymore with. It was internal business. It was done with. So it kind of leads me overwhelmingly to think that it's about old Jomo here.
Maybe they killed another ex-member.
Well, do you know of any other ex-members that are around in here?
No.
No, I mean, I suppose it's possible, but that still kind of brings it back around to you. I mean, how long has it been since the, that fateful poisoning? How long have we... Well, I suppose it has been a while, but...
How long has it been, Scito?
It has been, one sec.
We had the whole Kled adventure. We had the whole other adventure with the Belgoy and all that kind of stuff.
So it's been about 4 weeks, just over 4 weeks since you arrived.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you guys have been here for about a month. Well, actually, you've been here for over a month.
I mean, I suppose it's possible they're mentioning someone else, but obviously, if they're trying to move into tier, that makes it a little more on the radar that they don't mention, or they don't happen to notice you.
Is this place close to where you come from, Jomo?
What place?
Tyr.
No. I come from pretty far away.
So these of your former clan mates, is that right? Do I have that right?
There's multiple clans underneath the tribe. So Jomo, for example, was a member of the Firebow clan. The clans of the tribe of the Silt Striders are the Fire Swords, the Fire Bows, and the Fire Daggers.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably really unlikely that they would have been talking about anybody but you. I mean, how regular is it that people leave your clans?
They
How
don't.
many people are in your kind? Yeah, so I think it's probably a really, really safe bet that they were talking about you.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if it looks like a Crodlu and it walks like a Crodlu and quacks like a Crodlu, it's probably a Crodlu.
I don't understand.
Sirshu,
He don't look like a Crodlu at all.
Sirshu just sort of looks at Joma, then looks at Corwin and says, "First off, Crodlu don't quack, and also, what is a quack?"
Quack is one of like those sort of charlatan people, flim-flam. I would know nothing about that.
Of course, you know what I find strange about that particular conversation, this whole thing. Uh, you three, granted, you're maybe not household names in tier, but Jomo can't be that popular of a name, and yet they didn't seem to have heard of you, or at least the members of your tribe didn't seem to be aware of you, even though they seem to be in the city.
It's not good that, yeah, if they see me again, they'll try to kill me again.
Well, what do you want to do, Jomo? I mean, do you have any obligations with regards to these people now that we know they're planning something?
I don't understand.
I mean, I don't understand your customs. I don't really understand where you come from. So I don't know if having this information compels you to action. Or I should say, if having this information makes you want to do something.
Mostly just don't want to get killed by them.
Also, I mean, Sinclair, you can decide this yourself. But the Silt Stalkers, they actually, one of the groups they preyed upon were traders along the Nibonese Road, and they even had raids that went as far as, I mean, well, they wouldn't have really gone into Saltview, but that went around the Black Spine Mountains. So I don't know if you wouldn't necessarily have not heard of them. But again, your character, your decision.
Yeah, they're a pretty big elf raiding tribe. And they roam over a pretty wide area.
Okay.
And they're assholes.
Well, no, if your instinct is to steer clear of them, then that's what we should do.
I don't know.
So
I kinda want to find out what they're doing here.
right. That's interesting. But what about this offer from quote unquote Templar? Now that has got me especially intrigued.
Well,
Yeah,
he did mention fortune.
I guess everything I've heard about the Templar up to this point, it surprises me that they'd be acting with stealth and subterfuge rather than just overwhelming force. So that's unusual. Definitely worth checking out.
Yeah. Jomo's curious about this as well. We might as well meet with him.
Does Corwin know about necessarily the habits of the Templars? Like, has he heard things of them kind of using disguises like that, not being all, bold as, bold and brazen, here I am kind of thing?
It's definitely unusual. Yeah,
Okay.
it's as Sinclair has said, they generally respond to things with overwhelming fucking force because, they're empowered
Mm-hmm.
by basically mortal gods. So, you know,
You know. Well, I mean, I suppose it's possible maybe there's some need for them to be, a bit stealthy with, the ruler of this area having been taken care of, regarding Calac, that is.
also, oh, Josiah.
Nice.
Okay, so you guys chat, and since this morning, it's been about 2 hours now that have passed, and you see do you order anything new for the table? Any more food and drinks?
Well, as you said, that water was exciting, so I probably want to get that going again.
Oh man, we're getting some water.
Now that I've seen silt stalkers here, I'm remembering the last time I was poisoned, and I don't want to order anything right now.
That's not a bad decision. Are you? I mean, are you sure you don't want any? Oh shit, where are they? Any Caru milk? Oh no, it was goat's milk. It was goat's milk. That's right.
Is that what it was? I know it was some kind of milk.
Yeah, it was goat's milk.
Do they just have normal goats in Athos?
They do have normal goats in Athos, yes. I mean, maybe a bit more rugged than other goats from other worlds, but uh, Athos does have goats. There are some normal animals that are still around.
Nice. Yes, I'm good for now.
Okay, well, you put out the order, Sinclair, and they're charging about three ceramic pieces for a gallon of water.
All right, yeah, I'll grab a gallon.
Okay. They bring 3 cups to the table, although unless you tell them not to give you a cup, Jomo.
They can set a cup down. I'm just not going to use it.
Okay. You gonna have any, Corwin?
Yeah, why not?
Are you gonna get any food?
Was he able to eat the thigh from earlier?
You got through most of it, but again, stolen away by the time you got back.
So someone ate like a mostly eaten thigh?
Yes,
Yeah, I guess so.
this
I
is
guess.
Dark Sun.
Okay. Oh, does Corwin feel hungry? Yeah, why not? Sure.
It reminds me of have any of you guys ever watched The Guild?
No.
No.
Oh, it was a web series by Felicia Day, and one of the main characters, Vort, was this dude who, and I think his real name was Herman Holden or something. Anyways, but Vork, because they mostly went by their MMORPG aliases. He basically just didn't buy anything. He was living off his dead grandfather's checks and that sort of thing. And so he literally, to bring them food when they were staying at a hotel for a convention, he literally was going outside the rooms and stealing the food that people had had eaten left out for room service, and so they were having things like half-eaten omelets and muffins that had cigarettes put out in
Ugh.
them.
Wow, nice. Living the dream.
Yeah, I know. Well, basically everyone's Vork in this world, in this sense. Everyone is just, if they see free food, they're gonna take it.
Sounds legit.
Man, given the propensity though for for poisoning in Athos as well, you have to imagine there's a lot of people who get accidentally poisoned.
Yeah, probably.
Lovely.
Anyways, so yeah, do you want to order more food or do you just want to have your exciting water?
Yeah, sure. We'll have another round of thigh.
Okay. What is it? How does that thing go? That meme, pure water, nectar of the gods, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Anyways,
post about this in the Hydro Homies subreddit.
yeah. Uh, went through a lot of Reddits as well during my DM training. Went through a lot of Reddits. Saw some things I wish I never had seen.
Yeah, most of my run ins with Reddit have left me regretting my actions.
Yeah, yeah. Anyways,
Theismann Trophy? Wow.
uh, yeah. Oh, Nox. So you hear a familiar voice as you're all sitting down at the table enjoying your water, or Jomo enjoying his sitting at the table. Oh God. Oh, you too. Um. Hey, hey. Do you look to see the person
I
talking?
cast Flaming Sphere. Yeah, I look.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's Zitem, the I think she's 12 years old. Anyways, the young girl who works for Ven.
I offer Zatem some water.
Zitem sort of snatches it from your hand like it was expected that you would do that, and she just sort of looks at you, Corwin, when as she sees you eating your food.
Corwin will finish munching on the one, or take a couple more bites of the one piece he is eating there, and just kind of sigh and pass the thigh.
Okay, so without any sort of sense of grace or decency, she just begins tearing into the sty, and she's like, "Yeah, I've been looking around for you guys." Well, after I went to Ven, see, I was in the neighborhood, uh, looking around for things that were lost, and I saw you run into that creepy man.
Yeah, do you know about the creepy man?
Went to Ven about him, and Ven really wants to see you badly right now.
Okay.
She's just wolfing down the food and guzzling the water.
Thanks for bringing us the message. I'll give her a slate piece.
She will, as she's still eating, she's just shoveling food into her mouth with her one hand, guzzling water. She'll just reach a hand over to one side and just sort of slide it over the table and just stuff it in her pockets.
Corwin is also trying to at least grab another thigh or two and have at least the majority of the meat from them before they get swept into the devouring maw.
Devouring maw. Oh yeah, making characters up. Yeah, it's not like you run into her goddamn almost every freaking episode and interlude.
Well, I will stand up, point to the water, and then tells it to him, you should finish that before you go on.
The time sort of just nods, then grabs the whole jug, brings it over and starts chugging from it.
And then I guess I'll look down at you two and go, well, shall we?
Yes, might as well.
Yeah, Corin will pointedly swallow the bit of thigh in his throat and stand up and get ready to go.
All right, let's head over to Ven's place.
Ven's place, it's Ven's place, where Sinclair got some tiefling murdered out and then had a retaliatory strike against Kagak, the half-giant who works there.
Are you making shit up?
No, I started again. Day one.
Yeah, he kind of did.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of did.
These things happen. Who among us has not started
With you three,
anymore?
it certainly does. Well,
I was just
Jomo,
informing.
I will also say that since the ball of Posey went up, there's been a lot of tensions in amongst the gangs because a number of them have been blaming each other for the issue that happened there.
You know what's good for relieving tension? Burning to death. I'll set some more places on fire. I'll sort this whole thing out. Don't even worry.
Lyrics to a rap produced by a certain member are applicable here.
Wait, which ones?
When a city-states burn, you're gonna know his name.
Oh yeah, that part, yeah. He doesn't really want to burn
Just
the
I
whole
should not be.
city-state. Yeah.
No, just the bad parts, which is kind of a whole city-state.
Look, I don't need to burn the Chapel of Lights.
Again, it's a hall of light. They're not a chapel.
Chapel, hall, basically the same thing. But the Hungry Halfling, that place is getting torched.
I'm surprised it's still standing.
Yeah, there's a. You also have heard things about. Apparently, there's some very angry halfling owner of that place, who's very mad that his her cook and one of her basically bouncers there have ended up dead.
Look, mistakes were made.
By them.
Lessons were learned.
Yeah, just a regular day in Athos, I guess. Okay, so you head over to Ven's place. You sure you don't want to get your hair done at Curl Up and Die?
Something alarming about that place. It sounds like unsafe.
Well, we did get the towel from there.
You did, that's right.
Wait, do we have a towel?
You do have a towel. Josiah, if it's not in Jomo's... Okay, whose storage is it in? Because it better goddamn be... I mean, if that towel's not kept safe, who knows what could happen to it?
Who has the towel?
Not me.
I know I didn't get it.
I don't see a towel on my... Inventory. Wait, hold on. I have a lot of crap on my inventory. I have a blanket. I have 2 blankets. I got a bright yellow cloak. I don't know where that came
That is
from.
true. You did get a bright yellow. It was for when you were trying to go undercover in at the Bottle of Posy.
Oh. I don't see a towel. And it's not in the storage either.
Well, I guess the towel's gone forever then, Devered.
God damn it.
No, I will let you put a towel in your inventory.
Alright, great. Alright, that's better.
Just give me a sec.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing with these boulette claws.
Well, you could sell them.
I thought I tried to sell them and they were like, no, we don't want those. To somebody.
Maybe it just didn't go to the right people.
I like the
I mean, you
idea
do know
that
there's a...
we walked over to Ven's place and we're now engaged in inventory and management. We're just all digging through our bags. Like, where was that towel?
Yay.
Did we have that towel?
Well, okay, I guess we're at Ven's place, so what's going on?
One second. Okay. Moving the token. And you're now at Ven's place. So, again, you see the big bouncer, Kagak, who greets you at the door. Again, he sort of smiles as he sees you. I mean, very slightly, because, although he doesn't know that you're kind of the reason why he got stabbed, you did, Jomo, you did heal him up.
Oh yeah, I remember that now.
Anyways, you go through the smoke-filled hallways of Ven's place until you finally reach his office. And Ven is just sort of... He looks unusually contemplative today. As you come in the room, he says to one of his underlings, a Dre, close the door.
Oh, Nox.
Oh, Nox. So, I heard this funny story. Stop me if you've heard this one already. See,
I've heard
the
this one.
Tim. What'd you say?
I've heard this one.
He glares at you and he continues. One of my employees, little Zitem, was just happening to be in the general region of the tannery, and this is funny. She sees you three run into this strange man. Now, Zitem, being the industrious sort, tailed said man, and this is the funniest part. This man then went straight into the Templar quarter. So, could you now tell me what the hell you were doing with someone from the Templar quarter?
Templar? I thought it was drunken man. It was really weird. He just sort of bumped into me as we were trying to follow someone that Jomo knew.
He looked like a
Okay.
beggar to me.
Okay, I'm gonna need to see some deception rolls here, people.
That wasn't deceptive. That was absolutely true. He looked like a beggar to me. You even told us he looked like a beggar.
Okay, fine. But Corwin, you're gonna have to make a deception
Okay.
check. Not bad. So he sort of looks at you, Corwin. He actually, I'm gonna do an opposed roll. Damn, he has shit for insight. So he can't. He literally cannot beat your. Unless he rolls a 20. Which he does not. He looks at you, Corwin, stares very hard, and then says, "Right. Well, I'm glad then that this was just a big misunderstanding, but just as a good piece of advice, I, as a general rule, don't get involved in politics or politicking, and hobnobbing with Templars is a good way to get involved in it. And let me say that in tier, that can get you into the sort of trouble which you can never get out of. So, yeah, be real careful there, guys." And he just sort of sits back. "That's all. You can go now. Sorry for taking your time."
All right, I'll nod to him and leave.
Okay.
Okay. So as you're leaving, and pass and get a little bit away from Ben's place, Zitem is sort of staying. You see Zitem sort of leaning against the building, still with a bit of Erdlu that she's just eating. And she says, "I'm guessing based on the fact that you came out so quickly, you didn't tell then about what that Templar offered you."
Wait, who's saying this?
Zitem.
Wait, what Templar?
You're getting this. The one you were talking to, the one I followed going into the Templar quarter, who walked like a Templar and who offered you, what was it? A fortune?
Does Corbin get the sense that she actually was able to hear that conversation, or did she possibly hear what we had said afterward?
Make an insight check. God damn!
Wow.
You are really killing it with these insight checks. You get the sense that Zitem probably overheard the Templar and you guys talking.
You should send Fenris in here. Send him in there, then he can be a ziggurat.
Nice.
Oh, god damn it. Anyways, so she sort of wipes her nose and says, I got the same sort of talk from Ven before. about how it's never good working with those in power, but if you really are being offered as much money as that Templar claimed, it could finally get you out from working beneath Ven and out of the slums. I mean, if I was offered that, I would jump at it. And at the very least, it would probably get you in good with the movers and shakers of Tyr, which, again, might lead to good things.
Wouldn't Van want to kill us then?
You get enough money and you get in good with them, Ven will, as I said, Ven doesn't like to get involved in politics. He doesn't order acts against people who are in good with the Tyrian government. It's part of the reason he's managed to stay alive so long, living in the shadow of the Templar Quarter.
Corwin will kind of, sort of lean into her and go, well, do you think it's a genuine offer, or do you think it's just sort of the ramblings of, someone still drunk from the night before?
I don't know. For if he was a drunk guy, he seemed strangely sober at that moment when he was giving you directions. Now, I didn't hear all that, but it didn't sound like he was speaking rubbish.
Corwin will sort of give like a, all right.
Again, look, me, Kagak, and I, we've been watching out for each other for a long time. I can say this right now. I get an offer to get out from under Ven. As good as he's been for me, I suppose, I would still leap at it. I mean, you don't even want to know the place I live.
Interesting.
Is it worse than the Gangan Guard? She's like, lol, no, it's still better than that shithole.
Yeah, no, I guess it is better than that. But I was in the city before the refugee crisis, so
If we become big important people in the city, what?
Oh no, I was just about to say. So yeah, you were basically right, Josiah. That is what she said.
Nice. We're at the bottom of the barrel. Anyway, if we become big important people, no longer under Ven, maybe you come work for us. You seem pretty good at seeing and hearing things.
I have my talents. She sort of smugly grins. Anyways, I'll let you guys get back to whatever it is that you want to do on this last day of the festival. Have fun. Also, thanks for the food.
Yes, you're welcome. Enjoy the thigh.
Scandalous.
Very scandalous.
Okay. At this point, Sirshu again sort of manifests herself and she says, the kid makes some good points. I mean, do you really want to be leashed to Ven forever?
No.
Well, this seems to be the only opportunity I see of getting out from that. Then again, Van might be right about there being dangers involved, so I guess it's up to you guys.
There's been dangers in everything we've done.
Some of which you've made yourselves.
I suppose that's a fair point on occasion.
Anyways, so it's now about 9 o'clock. So what do you guys want to do?
You broke up a little bit. Did you say 9 a.m.?
Yep, it's 9 a.m. What do you want to do?
Okay.
Well, we've had a big day. I think we can turn in.
Nice.
I mean, that's always an option. One of our house rules is that there is no weird limit that you have to wait a while before taking a long rest, which makes no damn sense to me, because if you're tired or whatever, you should be able to rest however often you need.
Yeah. What you guys want to do?
Well, I want to go check out where this guy told us to meet him, just to get a lay of the land, so we're not going in there blind tomorrow.
It's a good idea.
And then I need to find a tailor.
Ooh, I like the sound of that. Okay, let me mark down the meeting place on your maps. Okay, there you go. Do you all see it?
Yeah, it's over by the stone and mortars.
Yep.
What is stone and mortars?
Stone and mortars is as it sounds. It's basically a masonry. You've never gone there, but yeah, they basically handle masonry jobs, things like that.
I see.
So, you heading there?
Yeah, just like I said, want to check it out, see what it looks like.
Okay, yeah.
Weird.
Didn't we have some kind of guidebook to Tyr or something?
You do have a guidebook to Tyr. There's also plenty of other guidebooks to other cities, as well as areas outside of Tyr, which you might want to buy, given this is the last day of the festival and such, last day of deals.
So it's like Black Friday.
Mhm.
Yeah, it very much is. Except when they say the festival is going to last a week and then the deals stop, they fucking mean it. Unlike Black Friday, as it actually is, where they still keep holding the deals even when it's not Black Friday.
Yeah, it's gotten more and more extended. So we're going to the meeting place.
Yep.
We'll just cut through the ziggurat.
So,
That'll be faster.
You make your... Well, you can actually cut your way through the arena, because right now it's not being used for fights, and so people are allowed on the field. There's stalls and whatnot out there.
Oh, cool.
Huh.
yeah, when I've told you guys this before, but when the arena is not in use, it basically turns into a marketplace. So yeah, it doesn't take you too long to get there. I would say maybe 15 minutes.
Okay.
And now you are out. You are at the meeting place. So this this place, which is right off Sculptor's Square, the Artisans District is, aside from the Noble District and Templars Quarter, pretty much one of the nicer places of tier. Um, the buildings are well built, and there's a lot of merchant shops, a lot of uh, various specialty stores and stuff in this area. Um, a lot of the wealthier merchants make their homes here. So this alleyway that you're going to, as with much of the city, even though the Sculptor Square isn't the complete, just insane amount of tents and tarps and everything thrown everywhere, as say the merchants districts or Warrens or the Smiths district or the brickmaker. So other than those areas, it's yeah, it's you could say it's a less intense part. Oh god damn it!
Nice.
But yeah, it's a bit quieter in this part of town. But there's still a lot of people. This alleyway has some people in it. Um, from what you can see, the alleyway has two entrances, and there are no doors that open up into the alleyway. There, the walls around the alleyway are also relatively high, or the buildings, I should say, the walls of them are relatively high. So, aside from that, this does look. If you were holding this early in the morning, this does look like a pretty good place to have a meeting. But you could also argue it could also be a good place for an ambush. Though, again, the lack of doors and the high walls might seem to preclude that.
What kind of rooftop access do we have around here?
I mean, you guys can't really access the roofs, but the buildings all have rooftop access. I mean, well, would you really? I guess it does matter. You know now, so.
All right, so my plan here is just to spend some time in both in the alleyway and in all the different avenues surrounding it, just so that I can really, if I find myself having to move through this space quickly tomorrow, I don't want it to be for the first time.
Okay, not a bad plan. Yeah, you spend, say, the next hour or so familiarizing yourself with all the spots of the alleyways where the various carts or um, barrels and whatnot are kept. Uh, and you feel pretty confident that if you need to, you could make a quick getaway from this alleyway. That being said, you also note that it would be if there was if there was enough people at the entrances, they could block you in pretty easily as well.
Sure.
Do you know what would make this spot even more secluded? If all the buildings around it burned down
What?
overnight.
Nice.
Right next to the Templars' quarter. Let's start a fire. I mean, it does have a certain je ne sais quoi quality about it. But yeah, let's unless you're actually going to burn down the buildings, let's table that for now.
All right.
All right. So you've now familiarized yourself with the alleyway. Is there anything else you want to do?
Anything you guys have to do? Like I said, I need to find a tailor. That's it.
Where you think we could sell these claws? They're kind of heavy. The boulette claws. I have 2 of them. They're pretty big.
Do I think we can sell those claws?
Where do you think we could sell them?
I mean, I suppose we could put an ad out on the bulletin board.
Oh, Knox! Look, I've made a to-do list with some bullet points, and at the top of it,
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go find
Yeah.
somebody who wants to buy creature parts.
Well, speaking of which, now that I'm thinking of us being in an artisan's district, we do have that, all those, sort of relics that we got from Cled that are still sitting in our cart.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
we should
yeah.
turn those into money.
50 pounds of statuary, apparently.
Yeah, you do have that.
No,
All right, Scito. Sounds like we're spending much of the rest of the day in commerce.
Yay!
however,
Trader adventure.
with the festival going on, do merchants also give extra? Are they more disposed to buy things at a higher price, or do they expect the same deals in return?
They kind of expect the same deals in return.
Gotcha. So
I mean,
waiting
some
a
of them,
day.
some of them, on the other hand, will just buy it at the same price, but yeah, they don't pay extra during the festival. At least I don't think. Let me make absolutely certain. Yeah, so they don't really give you more money during the festivals.
Okay. Is it normally the same price, or is it deals in reverse?
Some expect deals in reverse. Others will just give you the same price. It depends on the trader.
Gotcha.
So you can again consult your handy guide, or again you could get more guides from Athos Revealed.
Yeah, Corwell sort of mentioned the state of the market in deal form kind of thing, but yeah.
All right, so where do we start then, Corwin? Just back at Iron Square, or?
Corwin will kind of think to himself where the best place to sell bullet claws and dwarven relics might be.
Okay. Actually, the best place, interestingly enough, is probably right nearby you. There's a store called the Carlin's Eye, which is famed for buying basically oddities and the like.
Interesting. Well, I mean, we're not too far from, what's that place? Carlin's Eye, I think. They would probably buy the, well, they might even buy both, come to think of it. They might buy the claws and the statuary. Yeah, they kind of like, certain oddities and that kind of stuff. Things that catch the eye.
You make the pun, but in fact, that is the intended. That is what was intended by the name. There's also Balasar's Bazaar of the Bizarre. If you want to try your luck there, you did amazingly sell something there.
Mm-hmm.
Still can't believe you stole that painting. I knew I should have made at least 2 20s. 1 in 20 chance was. Yes, a 1 in 20 chance was just way too high of a chance.
Nice.
What, do either of you have any of the dwarven relics on you? Because I know we've got like 50 pounds of it sitting in the wagon. But we're not just carting it around.
Me.
Yeah, no, I can run back to the wagon and get an example.
You could do that, yeah.
Hold on, before we go start selling that, did we have to worry about reprisals from Ven for selling that? I can't remember what the exact situation was there.
Ven was not aware that of the deal that was being made by what was her name again?
He's about to make a character up.
I want to say Sam.
Yeah, it was Sannel. Good job, Nox. Yep, Sannel. You see, guys, notes. They're great. But yeah, she was she was sending obsidian and the like to Ven. But yeah, she was keeping things, relics of Kimalok under the table. Though you did suggest to her that she should inform Ven of this trade. You don't have any idea whether or not she has. I mean, if you ask Searshoe on this particular topic, she would probably suggest to you that probably you could get away with selling it, because, I mean, if either Ven doesn't know about this deal in the first place, so, I mean, he's not really going to bat an eye there. That you found. I mean, well, he might be a bit curious, but I mean, he's not going to. He probably won't have any reprisals against you, or he knows about it, in which case he'll probably then want to cut. But either way, you could probably get away with selling it. God damn it. Just god damn it.
Nice.
I like it.
Alright, well, whatever you guys want to
Okay.
do.
So, yeah, do you guys want me to go grab one statue or something so we have an example and then meet up at this Carlin's Eye?
Yeah, might as well.
Sure, I mean, we can
that's the
all
plan,
go.
Scito.
And I mean, we might as well not split up just in case. Because we're not going to be doing anything while you're doing that, so. We could just kind of all go.
That's
I
true.
guess.
Yeah, wander through the last day of the festival a little bit on the way.
True.
Okay. I'm just going to get some water and go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Unfrozen ice time. Unfrozen ice time. Unfrozen ice. We have a word for that.
Nice.
I'm tired, you guys. I haven't been sleeping good lately.
Sleepy snake.
Or I should say, I haven't been sleeping at the times I want to sleep so much.
Okay.
I wanted to sleep until like noon today, but I actually got up at like, I don't know what time, pretty early in the morning. And couldn't go back to sleep. What is this place? Vinny's valued pots? Pets? Really upsets me that the third word doesn't start with V.
The third word of what?
This Vinny's valued pets place. You can't have two words start with V and then not have the third word start with V.
Well, you know more or less every word in the English language. What's a synonym for pets that starts with a V?
Varmints? Vermin? Varmints? Neither of those sound very, like, appealing, though. Voles? This place called the House of Fingers? What the hell is that?
You've been there. It was it was basically the bard's it's the bard's bar, and it's covered in fingers nailed to the wall.
What? When did we go there? I don't remember that.
The last interlude, you literally went there to get information on the bottle of Posey, or to try, or rather, you got information about Tanil. He's a captain, you know.
Yeah, that's where my notes stop. That's why when Knox started explaining how we went into the place and killed everybody at first, I was like, what is he talking about? And then slowly it dawned on me that I recognized bits of what he was saying.
You know what else was a crime? That the Rat's Nest didn't buy any rat paintings.
That is very true.
It's true, they did not want to
So
buy rat
no,
painting.
do not know the first thing about proper branding.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I know, right? Like, okay, so I guess we're
All
going.
right, so we're all going to the cart. Yeah.
All right. All of you, or just Sinclair?
We decided to go as a group.
Okie dokes.
Unless you can get there and back faster by yourself or something.
No, it will take you about it'll take you about the same amount of time. So you head over to the messenger's mount and oh goddamn it, I always forget his frickin' name.
Where's your notes? Don't you have notes?
So many notes, it's going through them all that's the problem.
Imagining this massive stack of papers.
Ebu. That's right, Ebu.
I'm gonna start a wiki for this campaign.
Nice.
Yep, Ebu Biju. You know there's actually wikis that are solely designed for that, right?
Yeah. I was only half
Yeah.
kidding.
Anyways, so Ebu Bijuk greets you, um, says that Takik's been doing well, and yeah, you can go retrieve a statue if you like from the place.
Great.
We do so.
Do we owe
So they
this
come
guy
in
any
various
money?
sizes. Only when you take the mount out do you have to pay.
Oh, okay.
Unless you're like keeping them there for a really long time, in which case then yeah, you do have to pay some time. But primarily he operates off a system of where you just have to pay when you take them out. Otherwise the cart and otherwise the mount and everything that the mount has belongs to him.
Okay.
Well, since we're all here, we might as well take everything.
Okay,
Just
smuggling
divide
out
it up.
50 pounds of dwarven statuary. Yeah.
Although statuary is probably pretty heavy, so 50 pounds probably isn't really that bulky, right?
Not too much. Most of the pieces are pretty small.
Yeah, so let's just take it. We'll be kind of burdened while we're carrying it, but...
All right, then remove that from your party storage and put it into your inventory.
I guess, I'll just carry it.
Jomo,
Okay.
the human to kick.
Is there anything else in here that looks like it needs selling?
Okay, so I'm encumbered now.
Yeah, so you're going to move a little bit slower through the city, but you've got the whole day, so it's no big deal.
I think, the rest of this stuff we wanted to keep.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm running a little low on money, so I'm going to dip into the group fund a little bit here, transfer some EP.
That's fine.
Yeah.
How much you guys got?
$35 and change.
I have 40 EP and some other coins.
Yeah, 34 EP.
which is actually, I mean, for the average person in Athens, not
Mhm.
bad.
Yeah,
True.
maybe we can also take all this piddly nonsense change that we have and visit a money changer or one of the banks.
There are a few banks. You like right near the Carlin's Eye. There is the Tack Brothers Bank.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And if you want, you can always get books and stuff from Athos Revealed.
So, is it 100 for each step of currency, or
It's 10 for each step, except for from EP to gold pieces. There, it's 100.
okay?
And yeah, you're not getting your hands on gold pieces because the only bank in the area which actually deals in gold pieces would be the Noble Banketeer, and you guys aren't getting into that bank. As a note, though, if you were looking for Taylor, there's Devon's Desert Wear right next to you.
Where's that?
Literally right next to the Messenger's Mount.
Oh, yeah, it's right there. Oh, and it's by Grix.
The place that always helpfully provides repairs for your weapon at a great rate.
Hmm.
At a rate.
Great for them. All right, well, let's stop in at Devon's Desert Wear. You wanted to do some clothing shopping or something?
No, I need to get something made. This is going to be a custom order. So yeah, let's see if I can do that.
Okay, you stop in Devon's Desert Wear.
Even if you die in the desert, your corpse will look great in these clothes. That's nice.
So yeah, you come in and you see this shop that basically has all these clothes everywhere. At first glance, none of them appear terribly fancy, but they all, well, most of them look good quality. And you see she looks like she's in her late 30s or early 40s. This human woman working there, and she's been dealing with a lot of customers, but she sees you come in and she says, hi.
Hello, I am looking for someone that does custom tailoring.
Custom tailoring? There's a few places that do that. We don't typically do that, but you know what? Tell me what you need made, and I might be able to work with you.
A tabard with custom embroidery, 3 of them actually.
Ooh. I mean, that's probably not really the sort of clothes that we make here. We typically make more functional clothes here. I can refer you to another shop.
That'd be great.
All right. Well, the nearest tailor that I can think of would be in the Nobles Quarter. That would be Marissa's, but Marissa, she does typically the more expensive line of things. So I don't know how much money you have, but it would be quite costly if you're looking to buy from her. Otherwise, your best bet would be going into the Artisans Quarter. They have a number of shops there that specialize in making clothing. I believe there's one called the Satin Dress.
Okay, we'll ask around about that one. Thank you.
All right. Can I interest you in any of these clothes, however? You three look like you might be going out on an expedition soon, she notes, given that you're still wearing your desert clothing.
Scito, does the quality of the desert clothing interact with how, like, different effects of it? Because, or is it just...
The quality, basically, there. If you go under additional equipment or additional supplies, rather, you will see the very first item is desert clothing, and it basically explains what the clothing does. But yeah, the quality and exceptional clothing is kind of expensive.
Well, if we need anything, we'll be back.
Of course. Are you sure I can't interest you in a broad-brimmed sun hat or sweat-wicking kandura?
Not me, thanks.
Is anything on sale for the festival, or is it these are the prices for today?
Yeah. Oh, no, that's true. They are on sale. So most of these items are discounted to about 75% of their total worth.
Where's the alchemical filter mask?
That's also under additional supplies. Sinclair has one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna hold off on buying anything right now. We might be back.
Right. Excellent. Sounds good. Have a pleasant day.
Finally met a halfway decent human being in Athos. Achievement unlocked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the merchants, for the most part, they have to be relatively decent to people, especially the ones that work along Merchant Way.
All right, so I guess we got to drag the loot back to Carlin's Eye.
Carlin's Eye.
Yep.
Or no, wait, we're going to a bank too. Oh, no, the Eye first.
The bank is, further away than the Eye, so...
All right. You arrive at Carlin's Eye.
I think I want to suggest Corwin take the lead here. This is his world, and he seems to be talented at doing this kind of stuff.
All right, yeah, sure, I can do that. And yeah, he'll go on ahead in.
Okay. So the first thing that strikes you about this building is that it's kind of weird looking. It's got a very large door. It's got this window up above the door that's shaped to look like an eye, and it's sort of when you look at where it connects the other buildings, it sort of has this weird curvature to it. Going inside, you find it's almost a bit like a museum in the way that things have been laid out. I mean, there's still shelves that have stacks of items on them, but all of them are just these bizarre things. You see strange statuary. You see peculiar things like ossified animal parts, and standing. Also, that this store is not nearly as full as most of the other stores that you've been to during the festival. And standing there is a half giant who is smiling broadly as
I'm just gonna look around.
he.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had to make sure of the gender. As he welcomes you in. Hello, my friends. Welcome to Carlin's Eye.
Good day. It's quite a place you have here.
I should hope so. It bears my name.
Does he appear to have 2 eyes?
He does have 2 eyes.
Which one of your eyes is it named after?
He laughs at this. I like you. But you didn't just come here for jokes or good humor. You came to buy things or possibly to sell things. I'm always on the lookout for things from curiosities from around Athos as well as closer to home, if you know what I mean.
I don't.
That we do. We happen to have some eccentricities that we've picked up in our travels. We have some bullet claws, as you see that our jokester has here.
Oh.
I pull him
Also,
out.
I just realized I forgot to unlock the next tarot card for you guys.
Oh. The High Priestess.
Boop, there it is.
The High Priestess. See all those marijuana leaves around her? That's not what they are, but you could make the joke anyway.
So yeah, you guys can read that whenever you wish. So he looks over the bullet claws. Ah, land shark claws. You must be careful around those, or else you'll get bit clean in half.
So I've heard.
For these, I think I can offer you 20 enamel pieces.
Well, hang on, not just that. We haven't quite brought in our larger things. Actually, I happen to have some items myself, and Corwin's going to produce the 7 Belgoy bills that he's been holding on to.
Oh, now what are these? These are most interesting.
These were also acquired by strange creatures out in the desert waste. They were able to use these sort of bells to put people into a sort of trance-like state.
Over and over again.
I know, it was great, wasn't it? Although, technically, I guess, looking back on it, you shouldn't have been able to get put to sleep, should you, Josiah? Jomo should have been immune to sleep spells.
Oh, is that right? As a half-elf?
Yeah.
How come I don't see that on my character sheet?
I thought we went over that, and there was something about that elves weren't.
I think it was. I'm gonna have to think more on that because because when you guys initially made these characters, it was from the Dark Sun, that thing that fan made one, and they had made it so the elves were different, and just I went with that, but. As I've tried to sort of bring things back in line together and smushing them together with 5e, I've sort of I'm still gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah, okay. However you want to do it is fine.
Yeah. So potentially, I might have not had the ability to constantly put you to sleep. That might have just been a thing that we'll explain if I need to somehow.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, you got Belgoy bells.
Belgoy bells.
Ah, bone in construction. These are the bells of the Belgoy, are they not?
Yes, that they are.
Well, I think I could offer, say, 2 enamel pieces for each one. And before I continue, I will also, Knox, excuse me, make a history check.
Okay.
Damn,
Okay.
these are some good rolls from Knox today. Um, Knox, you've heard of Carlin. He's kind of famous for the fact that he never doesn't haggle when it comes to a deal. He always haggles on everything.
Okay.
So he's likely underselling you right now on the items.
Gotcha. And for our final item, which is really the most interesting, probably of our lots, we have these dwarven relics that have been brought in from the sands.
At at the mention of this, his eyes light up and he looks excitedly to see one. Do you bring one out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He takes it in his huge hands and he looks down at it and he goes, "Ah, now I've had a few of these pass through my shop. Uh, Admittedly, I've kept quiet about them. But I do have a few more of these in the back of my shop. Uh, these are quite a find. How many of these do you have?"
Well, we might have a few, or might have more than a few. Actually, again, our jokester here happens to have them.
Ah, so what kind of volume are we looking at here in terms of how many pieces?
Well, it's sort of a various set, but probably all in all, it's about 50 pounds worth.
50 pounds. That's and he sort of almost hyperventilates as his eyes go wide over this. Well, for that, I could offer you, say, let's see, this piece here I would offer, say, 10 enamel pieces. And he eventually comes down to saying that he'll offer you about 6 enamel pieces per pound.
I just pull it all out and put it on the counter.
Okay. So you've currently got his offers. Do you wish to
Oh,
haggle?
of course. Well, I can't help but notice looking around the shop that you have, various relics yourself, and it looks like these would be a fine addition to your set. Surely.
Thanks, guys. Don't mind me casually casting guidance on him while he's talking.
Oh God, I love that guidance. I love it.
Surely, seeing that you have all these fine sculptures around your shop, 6 would, it would be certainly more fitting to have a higher sum.
What sum were you thinking of then?
Well, I'm thinking, especially, I mean, look at the fine, way that, especially these large ones just seem to really sort of catch the attention and draw the eye to it. You know, I'd say probably, at least 12 enamel per pound.
I 12 enamel. Make a persuasion check, Nox, and remember, you got that +1.
Got you covered.
Oh, not bad. Okay.
It's the first time he's
These
had to settle for a number less than 20 all night.
yeah. These are extremely fine pieces, but how about 9 enamel pieces per pound?
That's 9 sounds all right, but it sounds a little incomplete. 10 would probably just cement the deal in.
Okay, make another persuasion check.
Mm.
Oh. I think 9 would be more than fair.
Well, all right, fair enough.
You should tell him how hard we had to fight the Boulette to get these claws, too.
Well, that's true. We're only talking about these statues, but the Bulette was a most fearsome foe.
You do not say.
Yes, my 2 compatriots here were up there fighting while I majestically sort of kind of skulked back, stood upon a rock, and were firing rains of bolts down upon it.
Of course. I mean, looking at your companions, I imagine they would be quite fierce. Why, this one looks like his strikes would be positively Ophidian.
Exactly.
It has been said.
Let's just say that Boulette's meridians were fucked afterwards.
All right. I will increase my offer to 25 enamel pieces.
Corwin kind of wonders if that's a good price.
Is that for each one or for both?
For both. So, you think you could probably get a better deal?
Yeah, it was kind of quite a fearsome. I mean, I remember, we were just having camp there, and all of a sudden, you could feel the sand rumble beneath us, and suddenly this horrifying creature just leapt out right out of the sand.
His eyes twinkle as you tell this tale.
I'd say 35 enamel would be quite a decent sum for it.
Okay. Make your persuasion.
Ooh.
Goddamn. Well. And that +2 makes it 30. So he'll look at you and he'll say 33 enamel pieces for the Boulette claws. That's the best I can do. Otherwise I will be operating at a loss. In fact, I will already be operating a slight loss here, but these pieces, and he just sort of looks at them with this covetous eye.
All right, fair enough. We can work with that.
Okay. You got 33 enamel pieces for the Boulette claws, 9 pounds, so about 240 enamel pieces for all the dwarven statuary, and now the final thing is those bells.
I think actually it's 450 for the statuary because it's 9 per pound.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what I was thinking.
So we're up to 483 plus the bells.
Yep.
Now, looking at these bells, you could practically start a whole bell choir with them. I remember this particular one. We're outside amongst ruins, and these creatures of shadow and mind were, had us nearly all asleep. We were practically done for, and fortunately there was a majestic Thrycreen, a bounty hunter, just appeared on the horizon and helped. and we were able to kind of take these creatures down once again with sniping and shooting of stealthy bolts, and with tooth and claw and fist and G. At least I think the G wasn't broken by then. But again, we prevailed, and we were able to procure these fascinating relics from them.
Okay, so Sinclair's doing the math in the head, and he's just going to kind of blurt out, "Hey, what about 500 for everything?"
500 for everything. Okay, Sinclair, make a persuasion check.
Oof. Well, how much was he offering for the bells originally?
Yeah, it's just
He
3
was
enamel
on
over what
each.
he's asking.
Oh, that's right. And how many bells did
7.
you have? All right. So, he will think on this, and then he will say 499.
I am insulted. I throw down the shit. I just start knocking shit off the shelves. No, I'm just
Nice.
kidding.
But no, I will pay 499 for this, and not an enamel piece more.
$4.99. Well, all right. I suppose I can make do with that.
Okay.
Sounds
Then
good to me.
You sell your items to him, and you are now 499 enamel pieces richer.
That's a lot. All right, so let's each take 166 enamel, and one person can take an extra one. I'll take the extra one. So you guys each take 166, and I'll take 167. Because I had to carry this shit.
And all it took was selling off the ancient culture's relics.
I mean, they weren't using them. They were just sitting in some tomb or something, not doing anything. So if you think about it. Now we're bringing them out into the light of day where they can be appreciated by people. So basically, the ancient spirits of Camelot owe us one.
I'm sure that's the way they see it too. Well, is there anything else that you have to offer?
Well, I mean, there is one more item which I find to be perhaps the greatest of the lot. It comes from the great Kavarian collection, themselves.
God
As you can see,
fucking damn it. I knew this was going to happen.
Wait, what is it? What is he trying to sell now?
What do
as
you
you can
think?
see here, we have the famous desert rat that is looking across the mountain over the sand dunes in the far distance there, and you can just see with the light of the light of the morning sun just illuminating the landscape, just sort of brings inspiration to any and every Athasian across all of the city-states.
He looks at this, and then he looks at you. He looks back at it, and then he just, in a gaze that sort of says, "What the fuck am I looking at?" He says, I don't know if this piece would be fitting for my collection. Maybe Rafiq's gallery would be more your would be more they would offer more for this. He's sort of stumbling over his words, just not quite able to fully explain how this piece makes him feel.
Are you sure? I mean, I hear that across the way, the other side of the city, what was it? Old Balthazar is making a killing off of these paintings. It's quite extraordinary.
Look, I don't have anything to do with Balasar, so, no. Okay, roll persuasion, Nox. Yep, not enough. Not enough.
Although if you see the guidance there, the 24 plus the 4 would equal the 28.
It has to be a nat. It has to be a nat 20, and the next time it's going to be 2 nat 20s to sell your item.
Nice.
Bunch of heathens don't appreciate good art.
Exactly. All right, fair enough. You're lost then. But, well, it was a pleasure doing business with you regardless.
Yes, he looks back at the other items to sort of like comfort him after seeing the rat painting. Yes, it was good doing business with you too. Goodbye.
I want to look around and see what he's got for sale. See if anything catches my eye.
Okay, well, I don't have a thing for him yet because I was still in the process of making ones for everything in the city. So, let me see. I probably have some notes, so. Yeah, it's mostly just very odd things. Like, one thing which he has a particular fondness for are gems that look like eyes or um, actual eyes that have been preserved in some way. Um, I don't really think that there's anything here that Joma would necessarily be interested in. I mean, well, then again, Joma likes some weird shit, so,
I mean, if nothing jumps off the shelf at me, that's fine.
Is there anyone else in the shop at the moment?
Nope. You're the only ones.
So he would be sufficiently distracted.
Yes.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Seeing all of these interesting oddities, it kind of strikes Corwin just to see if any of them have any certain significance. And since he's able to, do a thing, really quickly, since he has that ability once a day, not even needing to ritualize it.
Nox,
He's
are
just
you
kind of wondering if anything's magical.
Are you telling me you want to cast detect magic in front of a person?
Not in front. If he's distracted and there's no one else around, it should be pretty safe to do that, I would think.
Okay.
I mean, does he have the sense that, like, there's, like, a citywide, like, alarm, sense kind of thing?
Okay, let me just tell you this right now. If he knows that you are casting magic, I mean, Grant, you don't know him well enough to say what's going to happen, but the most likely outcome is that he's going to tell someone who's going to tell a Templar, and you're going to be wanted by the Templars.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Corwin will just kind of look at it and without actually using magic, try to see, like, if he gets a sense if there's magic.
Sure, you can use an Arcana check for that. Ooh, good thing you dropped the second one. So, I guess you get the 1d4 from Jomo there. Were you giving Corwin that strangely good guidance.
Presumably it lasts a minute, so yeah, I'm assuming that this would be the only skill check I'd need within the minute, so sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Most of the items are non-magical in nature. However, you do see one of the jars, which has an eye in it, a rather large eye that's almost the size of your head. That actually you suspect is magical in nature. You can feel the tapping into the essence around you. You can feel emanations coming from it.
Do I get any sense of the sort of generally what it might be?
Not really. I mean, that's you'd have to. Sadly, you're not quite skilled enough in magic to do that. You would have to probably use tech magic to do that, and again, bad idea.
Gotcha.
Let me ask you a question. So I'm just casually casting cleric magic all left and right and nobody ever cares. How do people know the difference between my magic and his magic?
Because people can usually feel when arcane magic is used.
Okay.
Arcane, even only the most practiced preservers are able to make it so that no one notices for any significant bit of magic. I mean, if they're doing, slight tricks, say coin tricks, then yeah, they can get away with that. But otherwise, there's always going to be that little tug that they feel that lets them know.
Okay, that makes sense.
And do people just like naturally know what that tug is?
It's sort of passed into common knowledge what that is. Generally, basically, the idea is this: if something makes you feel really strange, or you feel some weird sensation when someone's casting magic, it's probably defiling.
Okay.
But I mean, you could still go for it, Corwin. You could always still go for it.
Well, you see, that was my thing of like, okay, well, he's distracted, his back is turned, all this type of stuff.
I'm just making you aware of the potential consequences. I mean, what you do is totally up to you. Let me just say, though, it would probably dramatically change this campaign if you suddenly get evicted from tier.
I mean, there has to be a
We've
witness.
lost him.
Oh, he's actually gone off of Discord. He must have got disconnected.
Back.
Tim?
He's back.
Sorry, the Discord client crashed.
Insert
Discord?
obvious joke.
Mm-hmm.
We all
Insert
know.
angry rebuttal.
We all know whose fault it is.
God damn it. Okay, so are you doing anything else in the Carlin's Eye?
No.
Yeah, Kerwin will kind of address the half-giant. What is this object here? It looks a bit fascinating.
That, my friend, is a truly special piece. This one came from a young Earth Drake. I know most people don't believe in drakes, but this was real.
From an
This
Earth Drake.
particular item is, yes, it's truly the prize of my collection.
Yeah, it is quite an interesting piece. You were saying something about it?
Oh, yes, it's The adventurer who brought it to me, well, at first I was naturally a bit skeptical about its nature. I mean, again, there's so many dismiss the existence of drakes, but once I actually saw it and I had it verified by a friend who's knowledgeable in such matters, I bought it on the spot. Cost me a great deal, but it was worth every enamel piece.
That's fascinating. From a drake, you say?
That's
Hmm.
right.
Corbin kind of wonders to himself what he knows about drakes. I mean, presumably they're dragons themselves in Athos.
Well, I mean, okay. Athos has, in the public, according to the public beliefs, there's only one dragon. And even he is sometimes thought, even a lot of people think he's a myth. Drakes, more people believe in them, but still, there's a number who think they're just fictional. They are known to be extraordinarily powerful. Stepping out of the game world for a second, if you were to compare them to the dragons of other games, although they're not as intelligent as the dragons of other games, they, in terms of raw power, they're considerably stronger. But Corwin, I'm not sure if he would necessarily know all that, so I guess that would be a nature check?
Sure.
Damn, not bad. Going back, after a few that were under 20, he's gone right back to the 20s. So yeah, Nathan Drake. So, you've heard of dragons from Aunt Doreen. She has told you about. She has told you about drakes and their nature. Um, Drakes are believed to be one of the oldest uh, animals, one of the oldest species on Athos, and they are related very strongly to the various elements. And yes, you would know they're very powerful, very dangerous. Um, yeah.
Does Corwin have the feeling that this piece is way out of his price range?
Make an insight check, or you could just ask.
I'll go for the insight at the moment.
You get the sense it's probably out of your price range, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of figuring that since it's such a fabulous beast, and it's, presumably a famous adventurer, that type of thing. And all the enamel that he had. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, there's the question what you would really do with a Drake's Eye. I mean, you probably don't really have the skills necessary to properly make use of any of the magic it contains.
Okay, well, that's useful. All right. Yeah, that's fine. He'll leave it at that.
All right. Excellent. Well, again, if there's nothing else, you're free to look around the shop and the various curios I have. Otherwise, I must tend to my new purchases. And he sort of begins shuffling things into the back room of the shop.
Once he's in the back, grab the eye and leave.
Nice.
Do you want to do that? Are you sure you want to do that?
I need to do that.
and leave like a Tooth Cutters logo just right there where the stolen thing was.
No, the painting. Obviously.
The people
Fair
who
and
were just
equitable
in my
play.
shop are gone with the item they were just asking about. And the item they were just asking about is gone too. Obviously, this was the Tooth Cutters.
Exactly. Look, half giants aren't that smart, are they?
I mean, Garland is actually, for a half giant, pretty intelligent.
Yeah. Have you already been to Rafiq's gallery, Knox?
I don't think so.
I thought I remembered you trying to
I have-
sell paintings at some kind of gallery.
He did successfully sell a painting at Balthazar's Bazaar of the Bazaar, but I don't remember him going to Rafiq's gallery.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Rafiq's. I know he trod at the Rat's Nest. I think at the Midnight Sands as well. A few other places.
I mean, I don't see a world in which we pass up the opportunity to try and sell a painting.
This is true.
I mean, it's literally right there.
It is right there. Sure, why not?
Okay.
Let's start with some guidance. It's not going to help you
Well,
probably, but
you know, it's better than it. You've been rolling a suspiciously high number of non-ones.
yeah, it's weird.
All right, you head towards Rafiq's gallery, and as soon as you get to the building, you see that there is a sign over the doors which says "Closed for the festival."
You know, I'll bet they'll really need to buy some new paintings if all the ones they currently have in there went up in ash. I'm just saying.
Nice.
Sometimes you just
But
have to
sadly,
create
Rafiq's
some demand.
Give Jomo a night, and the only paintings you'll be able to buy in all of Tyr will include a rat.
Or a vole. There was one where he didn't put any rats in it. He just put voles eating rotten
That's
fruit.
true.
Yeah, that was the best one.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we're going to the bank then.
Yeah.
To the bank.
Okay. Sorry, just updating some things. So, you are now at the Tack Brothers Bank. Walking inside, you find a fairly opulent looking building. You see some alabaster columns have been placed inside the structure, which sort of clash with the general adobe construction, as well as marble, which has been used for the floor.
Damn.
At the far end, there is several people waiting at several lines, I should say, waiting, and their wall, which has three openings with which are barred and appear to be where the various tellers are doing their business through.
Any signage?
Again, most people in Athens don't read those. This is the Artisans
okay.
district, so it's a bit of a different story. But other than Tack Brothers Bank outside, there's just a sign that says teller's office over the various tellers spots.
Is the sign actually talking?
Okay, yes, I know. Since God, what I forget what it was where you read something that said the sign says, and then you reacted like, well, the first thing I'm gonna do is stand in fucking terror of the sign that apparently talks.
Yeah.
Okay, the sign reads teller's office.
No, I was just going to stand in one of the lines.
Okay. You wait for about 20 minutes until finally you make it to the front of the line. A relatively pretty half elf is sitting at the teller's window and looks up at you and says, "Hello, welcome to the Tack Brothers Bank. How may I assist you?"
I would like to open an account.
Yes. I maybe could have chosen my words better. You wish to open an account with us. All right. Exactly how much are you hoping to store with us?
Roughly 165 enamels pieces worth of various coin.
All right. Yes, we should be able to handle that for you. There is a 15 enamel piece fee to open the account, and once the account is open, we will, or actually, rather, there's a 15 enamel piece account. Withdrawals from the account must be noted beforehand, of course. Uh, Other than that, we can offer you a certificate displaying the amount you have stored with us. And is there any other items that you need stored with us?
Not me. Do you guys need anything stored in a bank?
We should put some of this extra coin we just got in the bank while we're here, just in case, like, our wagon gets stolen, we don't lose all our money at once.
Yeah, I was just going to open up an account, throw all the spare change, and half my enamel in it.
Yeah, I want to put like 100 of my enamel in there too.
Oh, so this is going to be a joint account?
Yes.
Also, you can see how much I deal with banks based on how well I'm accurately recreating the bank account, the bank process.
Yeah, as soon as you started in with fees, I was like, oh my god, this world too.
Yeah. All right. For each additional person, that will be a 5 enamel piece surcharge. Is that amenable?
That's amenable. Corwin, you want in on this?
No, I think I'm all right.
All right.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'm depositing 100 enamel, and you're depositing whatever you are, and then I guess we have to take off whatever they're going to charge us. But we should get Corwin added to the account just in case, so that he can come to withdraw from it if need be.
Yeah, that's a good
True.
idea.
All right. So do you do that?
Yep.
All right. In that case, I will need your signatures or some other piece of identification, and we should be able to set that account up for you right away.
I happen to have my signature right here upon this painting that is of a rat that's standing out in amongst the hills and is looking out across the sands. And
Did you want this piece of art put into storage?
no, you see, I was just sort of showing off, just the opulence of, having a piece of the fine Kavarian collection and the most famed desert rat.
Right.
And you can see my signature right there.
Okay, but I'll need your signature on this piece of paper right here before I can actually open your account.
Oh, how quaint. And Corwin will go ahead and sign.
What does
Excellent.
signature?
Now, you can place just an identifying scrawl or whatever it is that you're capable of doing. It's fine.
I'll just draw a little flame symbol.
All right. And do you happen to have personal seals?
No.
Do we look like we have personal seals? Come on.
It's the desert. No one has seals.
All right. In that case, she takes up this. It's almost like a small ceramic button. Knox, be quiet. But it's got an intricate design drawn on it, and she breaks it in half and hands you half of it. Then just bring this, and this will also suffice in lieu of a signature.
Understood.
Cool.
I'll just file this half beneath your names, and that is that. So thank you for trusting your money to the Tack Brothers Bank, and we wish you a pleasant festival.
Thank you.
Yes, to you as well.
So, Tim, do you want to add a bank section to our storage notes thing and put how much you put in there?
Yeah, I did that.
Corwin glances at his ceramic button and wonders if it's a key to open, to access an account.
No, it's just a button. It's just a broken button, a cracked button that I will destroy as soon as I'm given the opportunity. That is all it is.
I wonder if this opens Kalak's personal vaults. This might be.
What?
Go ahead. Go try and use that button as at this bank. Go ahead, or go to the Noble Bank of Tyr, or go into the fucking Templar's Quarter and try and pass that off as opening up Kalak's personal
Nice.
vault.
See, at least now we know that there's a Kalak's personal vault, so that's good.
Nice.
Well, there kind of is, but it's now Tithian's personal vault for the most part. Though there are parts of the things you wouldn't know. Anyways, so the only other business that I believe you want to go to was a tailor's, and the one that you were directed to was the satin dress.
Yeah.
All right.
And where's that?
Again, this is I have not prepared I haven't decided on the exact location of it, because I've been trying to accurately figure out which shops based on size, throughway, where they should be located. Nor do I have its sheet, but I do have its little funny subtitle thing, and that's the kind of clothes you would see in a room where you do what you don't confess.
Okay.
You know, son, you better take care of it. It's I can see her lying there in a satin dress in a room where you do what you don't confess. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you been creeping
Yes.
down my
You know,
no one.
I'm not
he's one of
familiar
your
with that
countrymen,
song.
isn't it? If you heard it, you would immediately
I think
recognize
it's
it.
one of Ludo Luco's greatest hits.
It's not Ludo. It's not Ludo. For God's sakes.
God,
His
get
name
it right.
actually
His
means
name
something.
is Lilu Luro. And he likes to hang out at the Chapel of Lights.
One day, there's just gonna be boulders flying down from the sky at you all.
Just boulders. Now, hopefully they fly down at us while we're hanging out with Lilu Ludo.
Motherfucker. God. Okay, so do you want to go to the fucking place?
Yeah. Let's go to the place.
Definitely.
Sure.
Nice, Knox. When I'm writing about it, I have
Okay.
to choose between bold or italic.
Nice.
So you go to the satin dress. Inside, you are greeted by now this is fairly unusual for any business, but you are greeted by an elven woman. Normally, elves don't really run businesses outside of, the elven market. So, can I help you? You can see that, again, the shop's not nearly as busy as the desert wear store was, but it's seeing a good flow of commerce.
Do you guys do custom requests?
Yes, we do.
Looking to order 3 tabards that are embroidered.
And the pattern of the embroidery?
My friend here can sketch you out a picture.
Oh yeah, I think I happen to have one right here that's on this painting. As you see here, it's particularly this rat that's just standing there in the stalwart position, looking out over the Athasian lands.
Okay, get out.
What? Is that what she says?
No. It's what I want her to say, though, but it's she says.
I had a feeling that's what Tim was going for with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want a pattern of a rat on a tabard. Are you very certain about this?
I am.
We have many other designs, you know.
A desert rat. Though.
Well, we've kind of already. We're sort of known by this symbol, so.
No, of course, we want it to be have it separate from the the logo of the tabard of the Iron Rats.
Of course. Well, as we're offering a small discount as per the festival, So, ordinarily, this. And she sighs so hard as she says, we will need the painting if we're going to replicate it on the tabards.
Certainly. Just remember to be very careful with it. It's one of a kind.
She takes it and then she immediately drops it at her side. And then she looks back at you. So, what material were you hoping to use for the tabard?
I have tabard material. I don't know.
Well, there's several types that you could use for it. You could use cloth, felt, velveteen. You could also use silk,
Probably not.
cotton. What would you like to use?
Neither I nor my character has the first idea. Linen, is that a thing in this world?
You wouldn't really use that for a tabard, though. All right, I'll put you down as velveteen. Is that acceptable?
Velveteen sounds quite charming.
What's the most durable?
The most durable? I suppose that would be. We do have some forest ridge cotton, which is very durable, but it's quite expensive. I don't know if you'll be able to afford it.
I was just asking. This is his thing.
Yes, well, normally we don't see clients with your sort of clothing, but this being the festival and all, we've had all types, so the final price will come to 45 enamel pieces.
It's old.
Excellent. We'll have the pieces ready for you in the next. We should be able to have it with you in a day or two. Thank you for shopping with us. We thankfully already have some velveteen ready, so it shouldn't take too long.
Did we talk about colors or anything? What colors are these going to be?
Well, velveteen's purple for the most part. I mean, you can dye it, but.
Okay.
Do you want to dye it?
Yeah, well, we could always dye it the desert colors.
Yeah. What do you think? Like black thread embroidered on tan fabric?
That seems quite snappy.
Let's do that.
All right. We will. The dyeing might make it take a bit longer, but it will also increase the price to about 50 enamel pieces. Is that still fine?
Old upsell. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Excellent. In that case, we will have the item for you in the next day or two. Thank you for shopping at the satin dress.
No. Thank you.
I say thank you in Elven, because I speak Elven.
She doesn't.
What? What kind of fake-ass elf is this? I'm offended.
She just sort of looks at you and says, Do you tell her you're offended?
No. but I do look a little bit offended. Just a little bit.
She catches us and she says, "I was raised by humans."
Okay, well, we'll see.
All right. I just leave.
That ends my to-do list.
Back to the hungry halfling then?
Sure thing.
Nice.
I
mean,
mean, we could eat, right?
It's the last day of the festival, so by around this time the final festival games would be taking place in the arena, because by now they would have cleared out the market and be using it for festival games. There's plenty of other sites, or you could just head back to the Kanken cart and call it an early day.
What kind of sites?
Festival shit, fire breathers, various musical bits, juggling, things like that.
What
You
you
could
guys
also
want to do?
Well, I have a feeling. I don't know why. Nobody's even really mentioned it, but aren't there other lore books that maybe we might want to take advantage of buying it?
They're technically not lore books, they're just informational books, which I think could be handy for you guys.
Was there more, or did we buy them all?
Not lore books, but there's things that Athos revealed, which which do things like reveal maps and also have traveler's guides, as well as traveler's guides for the greater area of the tier region, so that'll add more things to your map with that.
Well, we might as well
Also,
go take a
even
look.
though you never went into any of the other emporiums other than House of Revere, I'm just going to unlock all of them because I'm just sad seeing them all not shown.
Yeah, so why don't we
Okay.
just say that we spend the rest of the day shopping at these places?
Okay, there you go. All the emporiums. Do you want to go back to Athos Revealed?
Do you?
I think it would be worth it, Corwin. I mean, what do you think? Just maybe grab some money from the group fund and buy up everything that he has.
We could do that. Yeah. I mean, thinking of it, we could get a little bit of a bargain if, considering we have time, we could kind of split up and just. Usually, each of the emporiums has a certain map that of their respective dominant regions. So, I mean, that might be cheaper than getting them all at Athos Revealed. Well, unless they buy a bulk discount. Yeah, perhaps just Atlas Revealed would be best.
But at least now you can read all the funny little subtitle things I have there.
Yeah, I've been reading them.
So we will do that. Then, Scito, we will go and retrieve funds from storage on the cart, enough to buy out everything at Athos Revealed.
Oh, damn. Okay. I'm trying to remember if you already bought one of the various parts of like walking the tablelands. Did you buy any of those? Are there any of those in your inventory?
I think we bought Map of Tyr, obviously,
Yeah.
since we have that shown here.
Traveler's Guide tier, but okay. Yeah, the items are all 50%, so rounded up. So if you wanted to buy everything here, that would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 33, 36, 39, 42, 45, 48, 61, 74, 87, and wow, comes out to an even 100.
Sold.
Hmm?
Sold.
Okay, you now own every single one of these, and I'm gonna have to do a crap ton of unveiling of maps. Some of these things will
Unveiling.
only be unveiled once you get to the cities. Let me give you your maps. And then once you get if and when you get back to the bigger map of the tier region, you'll find that a whole bunch of stuff has been marked on your maps. On your map. And I think it's a good idea to end it off there.
Okay. So what actual books did we get? Or did we just get a bunch of maps?
You got maps and you got books, which are traveler's guides, which both unveil things on maps as well as provides you as a resource that you can look through to find out more about the city.
Cool.
All right. So Josiah, if you want to take us out.
All right, well, that's going to do it for this episode. This has been Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons, the Shattered Crown campaign with DM Scito. We'll see you next time.